Yes, leader.
Speaker, on the commencement of public business, we are ready to take item 6E. Speaker, if you may indulge me, II, starting from II, all the way to VII. So it becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So emphasis mine, 6 out of the 7 under 6E. We are leaving out I.
So it means we are not doing I. And we are not doing VIII.
It is so, Speaker.
Okay. Yes. Honorable members, let's turn to page 4. Page 4. Item listed E. We are dealing with EII by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. EIII. Okay, let's hold on. Let's put all of them together. EIII, VIII. So, Chairman, you may do all of them.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2022. Report of the Finance Committee on the Excise Duty Amendment 2. Report of the Finance Committee on the Excise Tax Stamp Amendment Bill 2022. Report of the Finance Committee on the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022. Report of the Finance Committee on the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022.
Very well. Honorable members, the reports of EIII, EIV, EVI, EVII have been duly presented. They are for distribution to honorable members. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I want my leader to know that we have enough business, so he should just be patient. Leader, be patient. There's a lot of business. I only wish you have the strength. Speaker, may we go on to page 29 and take the procedural motion, item 57.
Very well. Honorable members, come with me to page 29. Item listed 57, motion by the Minister for Finance. Do you have Minister for Finance? Abraham, you are not Minister for Finance.
So your kind indulgence.
Your leave is granted.
For the
now, Abraham can. Leader.
Well, Speaker, for now, we would accept the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance proceeding with these motions. But, Mr. Speaker, we are at the wee hours of this particular sitting of our third meeting. It's important that the Honorable Minister for Finance himself shows presence in this House to listen to the debate. I've always said that one of the ministers I admired was the Honorable Banwuredu of blessed memory. It is not for us to be debating these matters. Then he's far away from the House, not even listening to comments He is staffing some ministries, including foreign affairs, which will soon come before us. So, Mr. Speaker, we will hear Honorable Abena, but advise your boss to be here, that between today and tomorrow, he must be physically present here. So, Mr. Speaker, for now, we'll indulge you and indulge our colleague to proceed. The Honorable Ranking Member tells me that these are now controversial tax bills. Thank you.
Very well. Abra, you may now do the motion on behalf of your minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion captured as item 57 on page 29 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, sorry.
The 57 procedural motion.
I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Yes, honourable members, motion 57 is procedural. So I will go ahead to put the question. And the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Yes, honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Now we will take the 58.
Speaker, so
Yes.
it's yes. It's so.
So Abner, let me now hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion captured as item 58 be adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, the motion has been moved. Yes, the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, this referral was made to us, upon which we met with officials of the Ministry of Finance. We considered the bill and I request the Answer Department to capture the entire content whilst I go to the conclusions. But Mr. Speaker, before that, I'd like to indicate that the committee, upon reviewing the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, considered that certain amendments had to be made. As a result of which, on page 3, under paragraph 6, we have indicated some amendments which we would move when we come to the consideration of the bill. Mr. Speaker, these were the observations of your committee. We recommend to this House to approve the bill so that it will become law to provide the needed revenue support that the bill seeks to achieve. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the second reading. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me advert the House's attention to the memorandum of the bill. Mr. Speaker, it says that the object of the bill is to amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915, to provide for the Commissioner General to establish a monitoring mechanism to determine or verify the actual revenue collected by a taxpayer, introduce the requirement for a tax clearance certificate for registration of vehicle and renewal of professional driving licenses, and to provide for returns in respect of realization of asset of liability. Mr. Speaker, this tax has 3 legs. First, to establish the monitoring mechanism. Second, is to introduce the requirement of tax clearance certificate for driving licenses, and third, to provide for realization of an asset or liability. Mr. Speaker, I do not have a problem with the first and the third leg, but I strongly have a problem with the third leg, the second leg. Speaker, I say this because what this tax seeks to do, or this bill seeks to do, is to introduce a provision that will mean that before you register your vehicle, you require a tax clearance certificate. Mr. Speaker, that is okay, because it presupposes that if you are ready to buy a vehicle, you should be able to pay your tax. But my main concern has to do with item B, renewal of professional driving licenses.
Chairman, I haven't called you. You let me listen to him. Or you want to?
He's yielded.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we're looking at item 57, which is the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill. So I wasn't sure whether he was speaking to that bill. That is.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for drawing my attention to the fact that we are dealing with the Ghana Revenue Administration Bill. Mr. Speaker, we have 5 different taxes to look at. Mr. Speaker, on this one, the object of the bill is pretty straightforward. The Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill is to amend the Revenue Administration Act and to provide for laws subject to the administration of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, we were told that the first schedule of the bill seeks to introduce certain taxes that in the past have been introduced by us in Parliament, yet it is not within the coverage area of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, so in question actually is being administered partially by the Ghana Revenue Authority and other MDAs. So what we seek to do was to ensure that we can go through this item one by one to reflect same in the agreement, in the bill. Mr. Speaker, it is at that point that we noticed that there was the need to remove certain items as proposed in the bill. Mr. Speaker, an example is what we call the Growth and Sustainability Bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill is before us, but unfortunately, we have not approved it yet. So they cannot anticipate the position of Parliament to include that in the schedules. And so, Mr. Speaker, we recommend strongly that that should be taken away. Others include the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000 Act 581. We noticed that it was in the first schedule and the second schedule. So our recommendation was to remove the second schedule and to make this one straightforward. Mr. Speaker, I think the Ghana Revenue Amendment Bill 2022 is straightforward, and we recommend same to the House. It is not a tax measure. It is a revenue compliance measure, bringing those tax laws into the revenue administration. Thank you.
Well. Leader, I'll come to you. I just wanted to. Honourable members, this is a bill, and pursuant to Standing Orders 127, a full debate shall arise on the principles of the bill. So if nobody is saying, then let me come to the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that the Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 be passed into law. Mr. Speaker, what I notice, and may I with respect refer you to page 3 of your committee's report, in particular paragraph 50, observations. And Mr. Speaker, on that note, this is a matter we must take seriously, because a bill is required by Article 106 to go through some processes. Apart from 106, Mr. Speaker, we are expected as a House to guarantee respect to the provisions of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, as the ranking member said, if you read the observations, the last line, it reads, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2022 Act," then they say, I've read it. That has to be expunged from the record. One, because, Mr. Speaker, Order 95 of our standing orders reads, and with your indulgence, I quote, "It shall be out of order to anticipate a bill by discussion of a motion dealing with the subject matter of a bill on a day prior to the appointed for the consideration of that bill." This House have not considered the Growth and Sustainability Bill, let alone it be an act of Parliament. That's why they are struggling in their report. It has no reference number. If you ask them, Growth and Sustainability Act, of which year? Growth and Sustainability Act, of which number? Mr. Speaker, the Constitution elaborately provides that even when Parliament passes a bill into law, the President shall so assent to it. This has been assented to by the President and therefore fails to meet the minimum constitutional requirement for it to be referred into this report. So either they expunge it or they stand down the report, because the report, in my view, doesn't meet the constitutional requirement of Article 106. If you want me to go through the provisions of Article 106, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to do so. But Growth and Sustainability Levy Act has not been passed into law by this House. It has not been assented to by the President. So take it off your record and be at peace with yourself. If you sincerely want it to be under the supervision of the GRA, then hold your breath and wait to pass into law. Then you come back. Then we can extend the antenna of the GRA to cover it. But what you are doing is to legally place it before us, when in fact we have not passed that into law. So, Mr. Speaker, either you expunge those words and the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2022 with an unknown act number, because there is no act. You either delete it completely or stand down this report, wait until we pass it. Then this can pass, Mr. Speaker. So with these few comments, I have no problem with us extending the mandate and supervision of the Ghana Revenue Authority. But they should up their game. The Revenue Authority, you people went and brought Mackenzie from South Africa to come and teach you how to take taxes. We are in this country. You go to South Africa to bring in experts to come and help. You are not using the Ghanaian officials who were originally working with GRA, and you are relying on Mackenzie. You spend $1.5 million on them every other year. There can be no justification for that. So the GRA must watch what they do when you go and bring in Mackenzie from South Africa to be advising them. The Ghanaian tax people are themselves competent enough to improve your tax system. You don't need experts, and you don't need to be wasting taxpayers' money in the name of consultants, in the name of Mackenzie. So this one, either you expunge those words, then we pass it, or you stand it aside, wait, when we pass Growth and Sustainability Bill, consistent with Article 106 of the Constitution, then we can pass it into law. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I also want to thank the committee for the support we enjoyed while looking at the bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a consequential amendment to update the schedule, the GRA schedule of all the taxes that we have passed so far since 2017. And I want to let my leader on the other side know that it is part of the deletion that we made during the committee level to take out the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act. And so that has been taken care of. And once again, I want to thank the House and hope that we pass this bill accordingly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Did I hear you that you've taken care of what the minority leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It was part of the amendment that we made at the committee level. Thank you.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, she has no authority to take it out. Chairman of the committee must do. My friend, I say here, on procedure minimum standards. It is not. So tomorrow, you want ministers to come and play the role of committee chair. Not this house. She's in charge at the Ministry of Finance, not here. Allow chairman to do so.
Yes, chairman.
You don't have the mandate to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the minority leader. What he said is right. Honorable Abnao Seasari was also right in saying that at the committee level, we did consider to take that out. And in fact, if you look at the committee's report on page 4, you would see that the committee intends during the consideration stage to move an amendment to the effect that the minority leader indicated. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against the motion, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted.
An act to amend the Ghana Revenue Authority Act 2009, Act 791, to provide for laws subject to the administration of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honorable members, the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 read accordingly the second time. Yes.
Speaker, we are ready for item 59 on page 29. Page 29, item 59.
Honorable members, come again with me to page 29, item listed 59 in today's order paper. Page 29, item listed 59. Motion by the Minister for Finance. It's what?
It's rather 61, not 59.
Motion 59 or 61?
Speaker, item Speaker, if you may indulge us, we will rather take item 61 on page 30. 61.
Very well. So, honorable members, just indulge me. Come with me to page 30. Page 30. Item listed 61. Motion by the Minister for Finance. Leader, should I allow her?
So we'll seek your leave, your kind leave.
Procedurally, yes. Deputy Minister, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion captured as item 61 on page 30 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chairman, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 127, we have to debate the principles of the bill on the basis of the explanatory memorandum. So, if there's anybody who would like to debate the bill, this is the time. Yes, 61. Six one. Yes, the ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion before us that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read the second time. The Speaker, in doing so, it's procedural. Okay.
No.
This procedural.
Yes, I've seconded the procedural motion, so
Very well.
the minister has to.
So let him put the question. Honourable members, all those in favour of the motion listed 61, which is procedural, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. So now let's move to 62.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. And in the process of Media Committee's report, I request the Hazard Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the highlights. Mr. Speaker, your committee met on the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022. The purpose or the object of the bill is to amend the Excise Duty Act 2014, Act 878, to revise the excise tax rates for cigarettes and other tobacco products to conform with the Economic Community of West African States protocols and raise revenue to mitigate the harmful effects of these excisable products. Increase the excise duty in respect of wine, malt drinks, and spirits, and impose excise duty on sweetened beverages and electronic cigarettes and electronic liquids to increase revenue. The bill also seeks to amend the Act to implement the ECOWAS directive on the harmonization of excise duties on these products. Mr. Speaker, the committee has an amendment which we would move at the consideration stage. But before we get there, the committee concludes that this bill will achieve the purpose for which it was presented, and we therefore request this House to pass this into law. Respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my attention has been drawn to a typographical error that has to be corrected on page 4 under paragraph 6.1, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, in respect of implementation of the 2013 budget. It ought to be 2023 budget. 2023 budget, so that the full sentence would read: the implementation of the proposed amendment is expected to generate approximately 455 million Ghana cedis in tax revenue to the state annually to support the implementation of the 2023 budget. With your leave, I made the correction, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Dr. Tuforsen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read the second time. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to point to the fact that this bill seeks to introduce excise duties on a number of items and to increase the rate. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious to note in the first schedule that when this bill passes, mineral water, the rate in which they charge mineral water will be increased from 17.5% to 20%. So the prices of mineral water is going to go up. Mr. Speaker, again, irritated water, the prices is going to go up from 17.5% to 20%. Because we were informed that non-alcoholic beer will be seeing an increase in the rate from 17.5% to 20%. We were also told that energy drinks will receive an increase in the rate from 17.5% to 20%. Speaker, again, what surprises me was the fact that the ministry had introduced a new line where other non-alcoholic drinks will be charged at 20% excise tax, 20% excise tax on non-alcoholic drinks. We were told again that distilled water and bottled water, the rate will go up by 17.5%. Speaker, there was clearly a number of items that this tax again seeks to do. They are telling us that fruit juice that in the past used not to attract taxes is going to see a 20% increase in tax. Fruit juices will be taxed at excise rate of 20% at the ex-factory price. The Speaker, it is also important to notice that apart from fruit juice, the government seeks to introduce taxes on a number of items. An example is cigar, Negro head. We were told that Negro head is going to also receive a new tax increase. Speaker, the committee, when we asked what a Negro head is, nobody knew what a Negro head. Others were of the view that it was weed. But the Speaker, Negro head is going to go up. There's going to be a tax on Negro head.
What is it?
The Speaker, I don't know what Negro head is.
But how can we?
Marijuana.
So tell us.
Marijuana, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, again, we saw in the bill that the government intend to introduce a tax on snuff of 280 Ghana cedis per kilogram. Snuff. They also informed us that electronic cigars will be seeing a tax of 50% at the ex-factory price. The Speaker, apart from electronic cigars, they have identified what they call electronic cigarette. An electronic cigarette is also going to see an increase in taxes. And electronic smoking devices are all going up. The Speaker, clearly you can see that this is a government that seeks to introduce a number of taxes. And so they have said that plastic and plastic products listed under Chapter 39 and 63 of Harmonized Systems and Custom Tariff Schedules will also see an increase in excise tax by 10 percentage points. We were told that all of this tax put together, including the tax on Negro head, a tax on fruit juice, and all of that will bring revenue of 450 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, clearly, this is a government that wants money. And so they want to extend their hands everywhere and take taxes left, right, and center to fund their activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to contribute to the report on the floor. Mr. Speaker, if you read through the committee's report, the central point of the ministry is to bring in efficiency, to rake in more revenue. But Mr. Speaker, clearly you can't find any policy direction in the bill which is seeking to introduce efficiency for revenue generation. Last week, we met GRA at the committee. For the past 3 weeks or so, they deployed their officers to other malls and other shopping centers. After you've done your shopping, physically they will check your receipt, indicating that the proper VAT receipt has been issued to you, so that revenue will be accounted for. They did report to the committee that that exercise yielded positive results. What a lot of revenue out of that. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak, they've stopped that operation. You've laid off these NAPCO workers. Instead of engaging them, deploy them to shopping centers and this for revenue monitoring so that we can rake in more revenue. Government is telling us efficiency. Meanwhile, the exercise that you did that gave you more revenue, you stopped that exercise. Here we are. We are introducing taxes on cigar, spirits, alcoholic beverages. We consider those things as a sin tax. So that one we do agree with government because we need to deter the youth from smoking and drinking those spirits, alcoholic beverages. And they move to fruit juice and other beverages. Mr. Speaker, so what is the point again? You are taxing us when we take alcohol application and the rest, you are taking taxes from us. If you want to stop drinking application, you want to drink fruit juice, you want to also take tax from us. So do you want to kill us in this country? And they told us because of sugar level, obesity and all that. There's no scientific proof. No research work has been done. Nobody can share with us any document indicating that some beverages and they are putting on more weight or obesity is one of the issues in this country. So you don't want us to take application. You don't want us to take cognac. You want to take fruit juice and say, I want to tax you. If you want money, government has become autopause. None of the beverages they want to tax us. Spreading their tentacles everywhere. Do you want us to run away from this country? It's not fair. Let's stick to the alcoholic beverages, tax who take the cigar and what. But we those who have repented and want to take fruit juice and beverages, leave us alone. Leave us alone to live longer. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to propose serious amendment, especially for the Muslim community, for our children, and we the repentant souls who want to take beverages and fruit, so that we will not be paying unnecessary taxes. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes. Let me come to John Jenapo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is quite obvious that this government is indeed desperate and trying to raise revenue from every angle. Because if you look at the number of tax measures that the Finance Committee has considered in the history of this country, and I've looked at the literature, this year the number of taxes we are taking is unprecedented.
Is it not good? Is it not good?
Taxes are good, but there's a threshold. And if you do the analysis, beyond a certain threshold, the taxes will not come. That is why e-levy, when they moved beyond a certain threshold, it was a calamitous effect, and you saw the net result of e-levy. And that's why the ranking member was saying that when you are dealing with Pigovian tax, and Pigovian tax has to do with putting taxes on commodities that generate negative externalities. For instance, smoking can be harmful to somebody who doesn't smoke. So you put a huge tax on smoking. So when you look at the tax rate, they say that a minimum of 50%, that is the ad valorem tax, a minimum of 50%, 100 cedi. You can be sure that you ought to be paying a minimum of 150 cedi. So that 50 cedi is used to deal with the negative effects from you consuming. Or if you consume alcohol and you have a problem and you have to depend on national health insurance, you are depriving another person of a benefit. So if you want to consume alcohol, they tax you a lot so that revenue can be used to deal with the negative externalities from the consumption of alcohol. But you see, snuff, ABBA, it has become snuff, yes, snuff. They want to tax snuff. Snuff, they want to tax snuff. No. I mean, and sometimes this snuff, it relaxes the body for our grandfathers. My grandfather, I do not use snuff, but my grandfather uses the snuff in order to calm down his blood pressure. Now you are saying this snuff, this small one that is taking, you want to tax it. Mr. Speaker, even the cigarette,
one stick, one drop. Cigarette, one drop, just one drop for a filling. They want to tax $0.02 on that stick of cigarettes. But what even surprises me is that after all these taxes, they are going to get only 400 million. That is the expected amount, 400 million. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to join hands with my colleagues that when it comes to spirits, when it comes to wine, and those of you who consume wine, at least some of us, we know our levels. So these taxes, we are out of that bracket. Those of you who consume whiskey, those of you who take tobacco, you are in trouble. But the small fruit juice that we also take, the fruit juice. As for that one, I want to make a passionate appeal to my sister, the Honorable Abna. She demonstrated tenacity at the committee. And let me be frank, she appeared before the committee and showed that she was on top of her brief. She exhibited a high sense of moral integrity, Mr. Speaker. Not just that, but excellence in academic prowess and her analytical thinking from a philosophical and an ideological point of view was on point. But in winding up, I'm not campaigning for it. In winding up, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to her that at least, as for the fruit juice, unless we build capacity, something should be done about the fruit juice. On that note, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for indulging me. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, let me come to HSO.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to be very brief. I'm sure we all understand the fact that consolidating our fiscal space, it calls for effective mechanization and the harmonization of the relevant variables, such as how you calibrate your debt, so far as you trying to ensure you don't increase your debt to GDP. And we all know the situation which we are, Mr. Speaker. Because of the impaired productivity for almost 21 months, definitely we knew what happened to us, our revenue shortfalls, and what we are going through at present to ensure swift recovery from the COVID and the Russian-Ukraine war and others we know from the global crisis. Two effective ways. One, to cut down costs, especially you cut down costs in the discretionary spending or expenditure items. And secondly, increasing your revenue generation by broadening the domestic collection base. So one will understand the fact that yes, taxes in times such as this, it's quite something that people wouldn't be happy with. But of course, let's ask ourselves, is it the right antidote? Do we allow the child to die out of convulsion, or we try to give the right medication? It doesn't matter how bitter it is to save the child. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end by saying that the best alternative at present for any serious country to restore its economy and recover from what we just went through is to generate revenue domestically, and it's very important. So we are pleading with each and every one to understand us that the situation in which we are now, we cannot toy with managing effectively the fiscal space that we are having today. Mr. Speaker, to also end with this, we just want to prevent import-driven economy. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry has been crying for almost 40, 55 years. And we know the impact it's having on our employment, on our currency, on our productivity, on our industries. So, Mr. Speaker, the best way to go now is to ensure we consolidate our fiscal policies.
Application is also part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Import-driven. Stephen.
Yes, sir.
You see, are you aware that appetition is also part of it?
Sorry, sir. I didn't hear you, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, now let me hear you.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much. Speaking in support of the motion that the excise duty amendment bill passes the second time. And Mr. Speaker, growing up, my auntie indicated to me that when you see a pregnant goat in the market, it means there is a pregnant problem at home. Mr. Speaker, if you read this report, and Mr. Speaker, may I respectively refer you to page 5, the last line, whether I'm not getting it right or the chairman is not getting it right. Mr. Speaker, it reads, I'm interested in the line tariff schedule 2012 into a fund to be designated as plastic waste. Are you referring to recycling fund or relying fund? Relying fund or recycling fund? Chairman, go to page 5. Are you referring to recycling fund or relying fund? I read relying fund. I'm not sure that's what you want to convey. If you want to say recycling fund, say so. Mr. Speaker, this is also an over-ambitious tax. And Mr. Speaker, I refer you to paragraph 6.1 of your committee's report. It indicates that 455 million in tax revenue likely to accrue. Chairman, there too you have a correction. Are you referring to 2023 budget or 2013 budget? You've done that. Then, Mr. Speaker, to the beef of the matter. Even Akpeteshi millers and Akpeteshi drinkers will not be happy with this government, Mr. Speaker. You want to tax Akpeteshi? Mr. Speaker, Akpeteshi tax 20%. You don't want those who drink to be happy, and you want to tax Akpeteshi. I see the honorable member for Salaga North smiling, and I'm watching his nose well. Maybe he doesn't do it, others do. What the honorable Abu Jinapo referred to as the snuff. Honorable member for Salaga, Sunday, they want to tax Sunday. You know Sunday. Your government is taxing that. So Akpeteshi tax is okay. So, Mr. Speaker, this government must stop some of these desperate measures. Some of these taxes are desperate taxes. How much are you going to get from taxing Akpeteshi? And there's not. Sunday, you want to tax somebody for putting something through his nose. How desperate can you get? But, Mr. Speaker, since they want it, I support the motion.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the excise duty amendment bill seeks to, 1, increase existing tax rates. So all the taxes that they are mentioning, or non-alcoholic beer, energy, distilled water, and all those things, Mr. Speaker, they are already in existence. It is 17.5. Mr. Speaker, we are amending it to 20%, with the exception of other non-alcoholic drinks and the fruit juices. All the others are existing taxes. So these are not new taxes. And again, with the spirits, there was a tax on the spirits. What we tried to do was to bring it at par with that of beer. So, Mr. Speaker, these are taxes that were in existence. What government is seeking to do that, in addition to the economic benefits, government is also seeking to gain social benefits and health benefits. 1, by reducing, we hope that this will discourage the abuse of alcohol and also discourage abuse of smoking, especially among the young people. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures in the budget, we need to raise revenue. And these are some of the areas that we believe we can raise revenue and also check our health habits. and make sure that we have a healthy economy, healthy people, to help us grow and stabilize the economy. So, Mr. Speaker, most of them are existing taxes, and we've had to amend it to the 20%, with the exception of non-alcoholic drinks and the fruit juices. And for the spirits, I must repeat again that we are bringing it at par with that of beer. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would urge my friends on the other side to support us, to enable us raise the needed revenue, to build the roads, the hospitals, and all those things that they keep on asking government to provide for its citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Rankin.
Mr. Speaker, this is House of Records. My honorable colleague in her submission had said that apart from the truth, the non-alcoholic and fruit juice, all others are new. So, Speaker, she's misleading the House. So, Speaker, she's misleading in the sense that they are new items. Another one has to do with Negro head. Negro head is a new tax, and they are imposing it at 280 cedis per kilogram. So, Speaker, Negro head is new. No one knows what is Negro head. She will be the one to, I don't know whether it's marijuana or whatever it is, so Speaker, but they are taxing Negro head. So, Speaker, again, another snuff, the normal snuff that John Dinako's grandfather used to. So, Speaker, snuff is also new. Again, electronic cigarette liquid is new. So, Speaker, apart from that, electronic cigarette and electronic cigarette fillings are all new. So it is not true that only two items are new. Even the existing ones, they are increasing the rate from 17 to 20%, for the records.
Very well. Let me find out from the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, what is Negro head? Yes, if you want to help them.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to have a last bite on this all-important debate.
What is it?
Mr. Speaker, I agree that it has become necessary to impose these taxes. It has become necessary to impose these taxes. But the record of this House will show that when this government assumed office in 2017, it did two important things. One, it reduced taxes that under the regime of the NDC led by Honorable Setekwe and my respected friend Atufosi. The government again, after reducing taxes, went ahead to take off completely, by way of amendment, certain taxes that existed, that Ghanaians should not pay tax on certain items. Mr. Speaker, all of these were done when free SHS was being introduced. But government is saying that it has become necessary to sustain social intervention programs that have not been touched at all in the budget. And it is this same NDC minority that says that we shouldn't be going for loans. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not taxing acquisition, as they want to say. That impression they want to create. No. Mr. Speaker, that is not what we are doing. What we are doing is that we want to prevent the young ones from taking electronic cigar. Those young ones, yes, the electronic cigarette that has come, that many children are smoking. This tax will make it expensive for them, want to discourage them. We are saying so. It is in the report. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if you read through the report, all that is saying is that we are doing this in accord with ECOWAS protocols. Mr. Speaker, we know the imperatives of the sub-regional protocols that we have. That if a particular excise duty is being imposed in one country and you sign on to the protocol, you as a country, you cannot say no, and they know. So, Mr. Speaker, the report is clear.
And since it will be necessary for us to do this to sustain the economy, I believe that we must all accept it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Excise Duty Act 2014, Act 878, to increase the excise duty in respect of cigarettes and tobacco products, wine, malt drinks, and spirits, and to impose excise duty on sweetened beverages, including fruit juices, and on electronic cigarette liquids, electronic cigarettes, and electronic smoking devices.
Honourable members, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 read accordingly a second time. Yes.
Speaker, we are ready for item 63, page 30. Procedural motions. Speaker, with your leave to be taken by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Come again, item.
Page 30, item 63.
Very well. Honourable members, turn to page 30. 30. Item listed 63. Motion. Honourable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion captured as item 63 on page 30 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. Honourable members, this is procedural motion, and the question is as many as are in favour say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, 64. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Excise Tax Stamp Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and in the process submit your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Excise Tax Stamp Act 2013 Act 873 to replace the list of products that are required to be affixed with excise tax stamps. So, Mr. Speaker, really, this is not a tax per se. It is just a compliance tool. So, your committee met with the sponsors. We had no amendment even to the bill. The committee, in conclusion, recommends to the House to adopt the report and pass the Excise Tax Stamp Amendment Bill 2022 into law in accordance with the 1992 Constitution. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The ranking.
Mr. Speaker, this is pretty straightforward. All what this bill seeks to do is to ensure that when we pass those new excise taxes, like the Negro head and then the snuff, the government will go ahead and affix excisable tax stamp on it. The Speaker, this means that after we've passed the Excise Tax Amendment Bill 2022 into law, and somebody goes out there to buy Negro head, there's going to be a tax stamp on it. If you buy snuff, there will be tax stamp on it. If you are to buy cigar, electronic cigar and all of that, there will be tax stamp on it. So it's to ensure that all what we will be approving going forward will have a tax stamp affixed on the Excisable Tax Stamp Act 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Excise Tax Stamp Act 2013, Act 873 to replace the list of products to which the excise tax stamp is to be affixed.
Honorable members, the Excise Tax Stamp Amendment Bill 2022 read accordingly a second time. Yes.
Speaker, page 31, item 65.
Honorable members, come with me to page 31. Page 31, item listed 65, motion. The Minister of Finance, the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion captured as item 65 on page 31 of today's order paper be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable member, this procedural motion, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let's move to 66.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion that the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process submit your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Income Tax Act 2015 to revise the rates of income tax for individuals and introduce an additional income tax bracket, introduce a withholding tax rate on the realization of assets and liabilities on winnings from lottery, unify the laws carried forward provisions and revise the treatment of foreign exchange losses, and increase the optional rate for individuals on the gain from the realization of an investment asset, revise the upper limits for quantification of motor vehicle benefits, and increase the concessional income tax rates. Mr. Speaker, your committee engaged with the sponsors of the bill and would propose some amendments when we come to the consideration stage. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, your committee, having reviewed the bill, recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Income Tax Amendment Bill number 2, 2020 to law, subject to the amendments that we're going to propose. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. At all.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ranking, your chairman called you, so you can speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also speak to the motion that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be read the second time. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that this very bill is loaded. It has about 12 different tax handles. Mr. Speaker, prominent among them is the fact that the government seeks to introduce a new income tax band where anyone earning above 600,000 Ghana cedis will be paying income tax rate at 35%. 35%. The Speaker, clearly, it is a tax that you can see progressivity in it. But the argument here is the fact that, the Speaker, Ghana is witnessing inflation at a very high rate. Today, Ghana's inflation is at 50.3%, from 13% starting from January. The Speaker, at this rate, income of ordinary Ghanaian has been eroded. Businessmen income has been eroded. And so any attempt to introduce another tax band that is high to erode the take-home pay of an ordinary Ghanaian is something that we need to question. Mr. Speaker, again, my concern emanates from the fact that clearly, if this bill passes, a private individual who is operating a company, but the company is not incorporated, the ones we have at Okanshi, will end up paying more taxes than, say, MTN. So, Speaker, I believe this is not fair, and the government will need to correct that distortions going forward. So, Speaker, again, this tax bill seeks to introduce a tax on lotto. So, Speaker, so if you go and stake lotto, this President Akufo-Addo government is saying that if this passes, and he has sent it, lotto, anyone who stake lotto will be paying 10% on your winnings. So, Speaker, not only lotto stakers, they are saying that sports betting, those people that are engaged in sport betting are also going to pay tax. Any game of chance, including cha-cha. So he's taxing cha-cha, every game of chance. This government sticks to. Say, this government gambling, everything, cha-cha, game of chance, sports betting, and lotto. Mr. Speaker, this government is introducing a tax on lotto, and that is what clearly is signaled here. So, Speaker, as if that is not enough, you can see clearly a government that is determined to tax left, right, and center. A government that is in need of revenue left, right, and center. So, Mr. Speaker, if you are in a Dumako and you stake lotto, remember that if this goes through and the president signs, from tomorrow, your tax, any lotto winnings you get, he's going to take 10%. The president and his government is taking 10%. Mr. Speaker, this is outrageous. It's outrageous. It's the first time in the history of Ghana that someone who stakes lotto is going to incur a cost in a form of tax. And Speaker, what surprises me is that this tax, the same bill has introduced the banker-to-banker operator as a withholding tax owner, withholding tax agent. And so your money will be deducted at source. They will take it at source before you hand over your money. So be aware that when you win lottery, we stay in the government kitties for the purposes of government expenditure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, will you contribute? Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to revise the rate of income tax for individuals and introduce an additional income tax bracket. Introduce a withholding tax rate on the realization of assets and liabilities on winnings from lotteries. Revise the treatment of foreign exchange losses. Revise the upper limit for the quantification of motor vehicle benefits and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 read accordingly a second time. Yes.
Speaker, we are ready for item 67. You. I vote. So item 67 on page 31.
Honourable members, let's stand in the same page, 31.
Speed pass.
31. Item listed 67. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion captured as item 67 on page 31 of today's order paper be moved now.
Yes, the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is procedural. The question is, all those in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Shall we move to 68? Yes. Abra, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 be now read a second time.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. In the process, submit your committee's report. I request the Hansard Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the conclusions. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to impose a special levy to be known as the Growth and Sustainability Levy to raise revenue for growth and fiscal sustainability of the economy.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
let's give him the hearing, please. There's too much noise in the chamber.
Mr. Speaker, your committee's observations have been captured under paragraph 6.0. The committee, after meeting with the sponsors, find it necessary to propose some amendments, which, Mr. Speaker, we would make during the consideration stage. But in conclusion, the committee recommends to the House to pass the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 into law, subject to the amendments proposed. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion that the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 be read the second time. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, what this bill seeks to do is to introduce a new tax that will be charged at 5% of profit before tax on the following items. Mr. Speaker, first on banks, second on non-bank financial institutions, and third on insurance companies. Mr. Speaker, already these banks, insurance companies, and non-bank financial services, financial institutions are already paying 25% corporate income tax. An attempt to get them to pay 5% additional tax on profit before tax will make it 30%. Mr. Speaker, this is coming at a time that these banks, non-bank financial institutions, and insurance companies are getting haircuts on their investment. Mr. Speaker, you are all aware that our minister responsible for finance has announced that as part of government debt sustainability efforts, from the year 2023 January, will get 0% interest on all of their bonds. The Speaker, they are not making profit. And you are saying before they make profit, you are charging 5% of profit before tax. The Speaker, clearly, let's be careful the way we impose these taxes. Already these banks are collapsing. Already these banks are struggling because of government policy of haircut. Now you are introducing taxes and taxes and taxes as if you want to kill them. The Speaker, apart from that, they are saying they are going to 5% tax on profit before taxes on the following: telecommunication company, breweries, inspections and valuation companies, companies providing mining support services, bulk oil distributors, oil marketing companies, communication tower operators, companies providing upstream petroleum services, companies and institutions registered by the Securities and Exchange Commission, specialized deposit-taking institutions, electronic money issuers, shipping lines and maritime and airport terminals. All of them, Mr. Speaker, are going to get 5%. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, they are saying that mining companies and upstream oil and gas companies are going to be charged 1% of gross production as tax. 1% of gross production as tax. Mr. Speaker, in effect, you are increasing royalties. You are increasing royalties by 1% on gross production. It's not on your profit, your production. So if you are a gold company, whatever ounces of gold you produce in a year, 1% will go into this particular tax. And Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to take note. Mr. Speaker, again, this tax seeks to introduce a new category called Category C, where all other entities not falling within Category A and Category B will be paying a tax of 2.5% profit before tax. So, Speaker, all other entities includes small, medium enterprises. Includes small, medium enterprises. So, Speaker, at the time that small, medium enterprises are collapsing under such a difficult economic condition, a haircut economy. So, Speaker, under haircut economy, there is no way you should tax size businesses. I suggest that small, medium enterprises must, the Speaker, and must be exempted from this tax of 2.5% of profit before tax. The Speaker, I submit.
Honourable members, please, the noise is too much. Somebody will be contributing and you will see a colleague signaling that I can't hear. Please, let's. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, at committee level, I made it clear at committee level that I have a problem with some of these tax measures. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the tax bracket, it is A, B, and C. Mr. Speaker, we had a National Fiscal Stabilization Levy, which this government is changing into what it calls Growth and Sustainability Levy. Mr. Speaker, what this bill seeks to do is simple, and for me that is the most important point. If a mining company, say for the year 2022, makes a loss, even when they make a loss, they still have to contribute 1% to this levy. That is very serious. We are not saying that when you make profit, government wants to tax that profit. But what this government is saying is that when you make profit, and normally in the accounting section, you have what you call earnings before interest and tax. Then you deduct your interest and then the tax. Government wants to take 5%. Already, government itself has signed stability agreements with most of these companies. I recall when the Honorable Haruna Idrisu led us in this chamber in the previous parliament against some of these stability clauses, the majority side, wholesale, voted for the stability clauses. And what did the stability clause say? The stability clause says that after that stability clause, you cannot come out with any law which will be disadvantageous to the oil companies and the mining companies. After signing the stability clauses and getting parliament to approve it, you've come back to this same parliament to say that now we should approve a 1% on the gross production of oil and of gold. Mr. Speaker, this is contradiction of the highest order. And this is going to create a major problem. So I think that I should bring this up. If members still think that despite the stability clauses that this parliament approved, they still want to go ahead with this very bill, fair enough. Finally, category C says that no matter how small the company is, even if it's an indigenous Ghanaian company, government wants to tax 2.5% of profit. After that, they will tax another 25% of corporate tax. Mr. Speaker, this is inimical and this will not lead to growth. Like I said, when you overtax the companies, what will happen is that they simply cannot get any revenue to plow back in terms of their investment. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am putting on record that as for the category C, which has to do with taxing the small-scale companies, medium companies that are reeling and suffering post-COVID and also within the Ukrainian war, something ought to Speaker. This is certainly not acceptable. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to contribute to the motion on Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2022. And Mr. Speaker, to express some reservations about this tax instrument and to caution that, Mr. Speaker, we are killing the hen that lays the golden egg. And this tax is more or less a backdoor increase of corporate tax. So corporate tax in Ghana cumulatively will now be 30% and not 25%. And Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to the explanatory memorandum accompanying this bill, when in the third paragraph, the explanatory memorandum reads that the levy is to be imposed on profit before tax of the companies and institutions. Even institutions, I'm wondering which institution, what the word institution is doing there. Then, Mr. Speaker, all these tax measures, corporate institutions want certainty. I think that, yes, the economy is in crisis. You are engaged in desperate measures to raise revenue, but there should be certainty of a sunset clause. And the sunset clause, in my view, Mr. Speaker, should be 2024, not 2025. I know some thinking on this matter, but as I said, it's a backdoor increase of corporate tax. You have not consulted the corporate entities. They are already paying 25%, and you've come through the window to add another 5%. That is most unfair. And this is not the time to further burden businesses with this kind of taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, again, over-ambitious tax. They are projecting that they will make some 2,260 million from this tax. When it fails, your projections into the medium term is also likely to fail. Now, you say that the Revenue Administration Act as amended relating to collection, enforcement, refund, penalties and offences applied to the collection of the levy. So after the passage of this, consistent with Article 106, you now can add it under the purview of the Ghana Revenue Authority. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all those in favour of the motion listed 68 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. It's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Growth and Sustainability Levy to raise revenue for growth and fiscal sustainability of the economy and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 accordingly read a second time.
Speaker, so you are ready for item 15, page 7. Page 7, item 15.
Honourable members, come with me to page 7. Page 7, item listed 15. Page 7, item listed 15. Motion by the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 816,754,514 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the year ending 31st December 2023. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Who is seconding it? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the approval of 816,754,514 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, as part of the core functions of the ministry is to improve the quality of consular services provided by the ministry and its diplomatic missions and consular posts, and maintain close contact with Ghanaian communities across the globe, and also to contribute to greater public awareness of Ghana's international rights and obligations. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the important role played by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, the ministry is to transform the image of Ghana abroad and place the country on the path of sustainable and accelerated growth. The Committee of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, recommends for approval the sum of 816,754,514 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the ministry's program and activities for the year 2023. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is therefore before the House. Yes, Honourable Rankin.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration plays a very, very important role in formulating our foreign policy and in advancing the strategic international interests of our country. Mr. Speaker, particularly in these times when we are in dire need of friends, when we are in dire need of solidarity, when we are in dire need of compatriots within the Committee of Nations, this is the time that we should be seen supporting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration and all the dedicated and hard-working foreign service staff who work at that ministry. But, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget performance for 2022, page 7 of our report provides a very detailed view of that performance. And what is worrying, Mr. Speaker, is that the allocation approved by this House, the Honourable Minister for Finance released only 68%, Mr. Speaker, only 68% of the total approval. And again, if you pay regard to page 7 of the report, Mr. Speaker, the third paragraph, you observe that as we speak, no releases, zero releases for CAPEX. Capital expenditure has not seen any release at all, not a peso. Mr. Speaker, this is a ministry that is carrying out very, very important projects, renovating our missions, refurbishing our embassies and high commissions. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the $50 million facility that this House approved has been long exhausted. It's been used, and we have even exceeded the ceiling of the approved facility. And yet, the Minister for Finance would not release CAPEX. That, Mr. Speaker, is worrying. Mr. Speaker, if you also pay attention to pages 17 of our report, we are concerned that the $50 million Societe Generale facility that was approved by this House, the ministry has exceeded the approved amount by a whopping $11.4 million. When we asked the Deputy Minister who represented the Minister at the committee and his team the plans to, as it were, deal with this over expenditure, they told us that they will be relying on IGF. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the IGF numbers, this $11.4 million cannot be supported or be taken care of by IGF. So it is important for the ministry to quickly arrange a new facility so that we can clear the backlog. If not, it's just a matter of time. We may be having to grapple with all kinds of legal challenges from contractors who have worked and who are owed. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a matter of concern to us. Another matter of concern to us, Mr. Speaker, at the committee can be seen at pages 21 and 22 of the report, where because of the lack of releases by the Ministry of Finance, as we speak, our foreign service staff, those who are on posting abroad, they have not been paid for 3 good months, Mr. Speaker, 3 months. You can imagine if us, as members of parliament, government does not pay us for 1 month, how will we survive? Then 2 months. Then, Mr. Speaker, 3 months. And we all know that these are emissaries of our country, worthy diplomats who are serving our country in external jurisdictions. They don't have the kind of support and social safety nets that we have when we are home. They are abroad, in somebody else's country. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have entered December, and our foreign service staff on postings are owed 3 months' salaries. Mr. Speaker, we make an urgent appeal to the Minister for Finance to release what has been approved by this House so that our foreign service staff who have not been paid for 3 good months will be paid. Mr. Speaker, there are also a number of concerns that we have, and we have expressed them at the committee. They have been duly captured at the report. In the report, pardon me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of those concerns relate to the projects that have been earmarked for execution in the year 2023, the ensuing year, which can be found at page 17 of the report, paragraph 14.1. Mr. Speaker, we have cautioned that in this hour of economic crisis, at a time that the Finance Ministry has put out a statement that for the first time probably since the 70s, the Achampon era of Yentumintia and Yentia, we cannot meet our external debt servicing obligations. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, be pursuing what I call prestige projects, projects that are non-essential, projects that can wait. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to place on record that we do not think it is a great at this time to be opening a new diplomatic mission in Jamaica, in Trinidad and Tobago, and in Mexico, as has been programmed for projects to be executed in 2023. We have conveyed our strong objection to this plan by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, related to this is another prestige project which we believe must be put on ice. And that project can be seen from pages 18 to 20, which is the Accra International Conference Center redevelopment project. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to hear that a whopping 160 million euros, 160 million euros has been earmarked for this project in what is being described as a PPP arrangement. Mr. Speaker, as we have noted in our report, and I want to read verbatim from page 19, the last paragraph. Some members of the committee expressed their inability to support the reconstruction of the Accra International Conference Center because of the distressed nature of the current economy. According to them, Minister of Finance, during his presentation of the budget statement and economic policy for the 2023 fiscal year, indicated that non-essential projects should be shelved until the economy recovers. They again argued that the reconstruction of the AICC has not been captured in the list of essential projects of the Ministry of Finance for the year 2023. The committee recommends that the Ministry endeavors to produce the report of the feasibility studies and the structural integrity on the AICC to inform future decisions on the project. Mr. Speaker, we want the House and the Hansa to record that our side does not support this project, particularly at this time. We have not seen the structural integrity report. We have not seen the value for money report. We have not seen the feasibility studies report. We were informed that only this year, earlier this year, ahead ADB conference, the conference center was renovated at a cost of $3 million. So if you've done some renovation earlier this year at $3 million, why do we have to bring down the conference center, raise it down, demolish it totally, and then reconstruct a new one? In these times, 160 million euros. Mr. Speaker, we cannot support this project at this time, and we urge the minister to shelve this idea because it is totally inconsistent with the times that we live in. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude on the list of our concerns, I note at page 22 that there are plans to introduce a new chip-embedded passport. We have again indicated from the second paragraph under paragraph 15.6 that we will urge the ministry to let us have the full contract terms. We want to see the agreement between the private sector actors, and we want this project to receive parliamentary approval before they proceed, because as it is now, we do not know how much this project will cost the Ghanaian taxpayer. I concede that by ICAO standards, we need to be moving to a chip-embedded passport so that we can also enhance the security of Ghanaian passport holders. But, Mr. Speaker, it should be done transparently. There should be full disclosure. There should be full accountability. And this House should be carried along so that we avoid surprises. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, at page 24, the Oslo Chancery matter, we have requested to know the full cost to the Ghanaian. There is good news that the case was decided on the side of Ghana. However, we know that there have been tremendous legal costs, legal fees, and other bills that the courts awarded that we had to pay. And there is really no need why this cost item, which taxpayer funds have been used for, should be kept in the dark and kept away from the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. We must know what has gone into this, and lessons must be learned so that next time we go into these contractual arrangements, we avoid some of these pitfalls and do not incur these costs to our country. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to urge the Honourable Foreign Minister that there are a few policy issues that are begging for her attention. The demolition of the Nigerian High Commission, we need to know if it's been fully concluded. We were told that some 4.5 million Ghana cedis is being used to reconstruct that edifice. Have they identified those who did the demolition under the cover of darkness? What is going to happen to them? Would they just walk away whilst we incur extra costs on the Ghanaian taxpayer? Same for the demolition of the Bulgarian embassy. These are matters that we cannot sweep under the carpet. The foreign minister must let us know what is her latest position on the matter, particularly following the report of the sole inquirer. These are matters that sometimes cast a slur. It puts a dim on our international image, and we cannot allow that. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, the ministry needs to be supported. The ministry needs its resources to work. The finance minister should stop withholding funds from the Honourable Foreign Minister all of these bilateral, multilateral meetings, IMF negotiations, IMF support, they are all in the international arena. We want money from the international community. We want support from the international community. They have to arrange those meetings. Our foreign service staff must arrange those meetings. And yet, they are owed for 3 months. They are not being supported. They are not getting their releases. How can we make progress in such a climate? The consular fund is not receiving any support. So, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has not been fair to the foreign ministry, and we insist that the releases which are outstanding should be made. But Accra International Conference Center, that project, we cannot support it. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Make it presidential.
I choose not the president, the incoming president.
He's incoming. Allow him to speak.
Honorable member, will you address me?
Mr. Speaker, there are 3 issues that my colleague Rankin raised in the report that I want to correct. The first is on the Societe Generale loan. Mr. Speaker, we have the project construction cost, and then we have the financing that was secured for the project. The financing that was secured for the project was $50 million. At the time, the project cost was around $50 million.
Honorable, will you speak to the mic for us?
The project construction cost was around $50 million, and the financing that we secured was $50 million. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 different things. The project construction cost over time, exchange rates, material costs across the globe, logistical challenges, the project construction cost has shot up by $11 million. But the parliamentary approval that was given for the loan, that has not been exceeded by the $11 million, as my colleague said. So 2 things. The project construction cost is what has gone up by $11 million. And the ministry is trying to finance that gap with their IGF as and when they get some approval from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the Accra International Conference Center, in 2019, when my senior colleague Anor was chairman of the committee and Okujeto was ranking, he supported, they visited the site, and he supported the project coming down for reconstruction under a PPP. Mr. Speaker, last year, I was chairman of the Foreign Affairs. Last year, I was chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. If the Hansard can be referenced, he was my ranking. We presented to this floor approving that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can go ahead with the construction, with the project of securing funding for the construction of the Accra International Conference Center. When we met at the committee, on no occasion did we agree that the committee as a whole will not support the construction of the budget. As captured in the report is right. Some members raised concern that due to the times that we are in, the project should be shelved. In good times, we can revisit the project. So it should not be presented as though the committee agreed to shelve the project as my ranking. You can please take your seat. As my ranking is so presenting it. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of chip-embedded passports, I am a member of the advisory committee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Advisory board of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is one of the most transparent project procurement processes that I've seen. This matter has come before the board on about 3 occasions. We've looked at it up, down, middle, center. We've spoken with the vendors. But I understand personally some of these PPP, finance, IT, and therefore, at the advisory board level, we realized that everything was transparent. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this because Okujeto my ranking mentioned that this matter, the contract must come to Parliament. I just want to let him know that it is a local company that is being contracted to do this job, and therefore the services of Parliament may not be required. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to thank you.
Yes, let me come to minority leader. Somewhere it's okay, it's okay.
Have you misquoted? No.
Okay, somewhere. Let's hear you.
No, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. I cannot be terribly misquoted. He says that I supported the Accra International Conference Center project in 2019. When? Me? I have never supported that project. Members of the committee are here. I have never. We went on a visit. You showed us the structural challenges. We insisted on a number of items that let us see the structural integrity report. As we speak, we haven't seen that report. How can I be supporting a project when I have not seen the structural integrity report? So please, I challenge you to produce any evidence here in this house that I have supported this project. That is why at the committee we said, and the report has captured it,
very well. Honourable member,
we do not support this 160 million.
Honourable member, we've heard your side.
We cannot support it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, for the record, we don't know the vendors for the chicken
Honourable,
we haven't met them. For the record, we don't know them.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader. Deputy, I'll come to you. Let me.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that 860 million Ghana 754,514 be approved for the activities and operations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Mr. Speaker, in supporting the approval of that sum of money, the world today, enormous benefit can be derived by the pursuit of economic diplomacy, and especially so that there are threats to the sovereignty of our country as in the activities of terrorists. We expect more cooperation and more collaboration between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry for National Security. But Mr. Speaker, whilst contributing to the motion, may I refer you to paragraph 15.5 of the committee's report. And Mr. Speaker, it is the observation of the committee that there are delays in payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, those Ghanaians working for our foreign missions abroad, it's not like in Accra or in Tamale, when there is a delay in your salary, you can rely on a neighbor or a family relation to assist you. These are Ghanaian foreign service officials living and working abroad, and therefore undue delays in their salaries can be fatal for them and their families. I'm aware that some missions have not been paid for up to 5 months. A few have not been paid for 6 months. I say 5 months.
Is it true?
I travel just like you, and when I travel and foreign service officials pick me, I engage them. From the airport to my hotel, I engage them and I hear. Some missions have not been paid for 5 months. Yes, salaries. So, yes, salaries have not, yes, foreign missions. foreign missions have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, the paragraph I referred to you, they are saying depreciation have affected what they would have done. So we should engage in efforts to address the depreciation of the city. But Mr. Speaker, a major issue of concern. Mr. Speaker, may I now refer you to page 23 of your committee's report, in particular paragraph 15.8, access to mortgage facilities. The head note there is misleading. What is wrong with access to mortgage facilities? So the committee clerk and the committee, what are you conveying? Access to mortgage facilities. I don't see what purpose the heading is serving here. But Mr. Speaker, Ghana is paying a lot of money renting when we actually can own the properties. And therefore, the Committee on Foreign Affairs, you have work to do. The money you pay to rent a facility in Dubai, how much does it cost us to purchase a property in the name of the Republic? I am making my argument that, Mr. Speaker, in many instances, it makes economic sense and it makes sense for value for money for the state to buy and own the property than the money we are whisking away in the name of renters. And therefore, Foreign Minister, come back to this house. We know. And yesterday I engaged your deputy. For instance, in 2022, the Audit Service and the Auditor General ought to have conducted audits in some of your foreign missions. It didn't happen. This year, even if you cannot facilitate audit of your institutions across the globe, at least pick your major multilateral destinations. Geneva, Switzerland, New York in the United States, Brussels in Europe are major. Let us have this audit conducted so that we understand your performance. So, Mr. Speaker, I am for the state saving money. Mr. Speaker, where you sit today, few years back, when Professor Mike Okwe presided over the foreign affairs budget, he gave some consequential directives on this renting of properties. And I think that the committee must follow up on what his ruling was in order that we can save the state. Then, Mr. Speaker, Minister, Foreign Service officials, we tried it under Professor Mills and reviewed it subsequently. We have passed the Tax Exemptions Act. Many of the Foreign Service officials are saying that when they are returning back to Ghana, a few of them may have acquired some vehicles that they have used in the destination where they have served the country and served the foreign ministry. They are simply saying that the state must grant them some minimum exemption to return home with those vehicles. This is not one of, you sit here and we grant exemptions to Chinese. We grant exemptions to people who come to take our taxes away. Then just Foreign Service officials, they are asking for a certain category of vehicle, not V8, not your Land Cruisers, a saloon car of a BMW or a Toyota. Come back to this house, let's know the exemption required, so that at least when they come home, you don't expect them. Foreign Service, Mr. Speaker, why do we address them Excellency? You want to address somebody Your Excellency and you see him hiding to enter trot to work. Is that what you want? Certainly not. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister must pay attention and come and convince us, but through cabinet, that some exemptions be granted. We have sat here and we've granted tax exemption to Chinese to bring graders and other things to Ghana, and we cannot do so. Absolutely. So we should look at it. Then, Mr. Speaker, Minister, my conclusion, Mr. Speaker, you have said, and I just want to refer to the committee's report. And Mr. Speaker, when we do here as Parliament, is oversight. Minister, this your request to open a foreign mission in Mexico, it can wait. Mexico must wait. It can wait. After 2 years, when the economy begins to look good, you can come back to us, but not in this dire crisis. Then you are interested in opening a mission in Trinidad and Tobago. Bring us justification here, trade volumes. How much exports does Ghana have to Jamaica and Trinidad? How much exports do they have to Ghana? Then we can be convinced that you need it. So, Mr. Speaker, into 2023, shelve some of your ideas. Then, Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Ranking Member said, your foreign missions, some of them are in very deteriorated situation. And Mr. Speaker, permit me, because as I have traveled and they know I traveled, for instance, in London, Ghana has prime property in London. I pray that nobody tomorrow wants to take advantage to own it and to sell it. But, Minister, you can leverage on the properties in London to allow for us to have decency in the mission and chancery in London. The location of the Ghana facilities in London is worth a price, and therefore leverage on it. You don't have to have a situation where we are struggling with what to do with a facility in London. Ghana has good property which was acquired by President Nkrumah. Make the best use of it. My conclusion, Minister, is that some people have a feeling, and I speak for the Muslim Ummah, our Muslims. My mother was never interested in what a passport is, and she is not interested in knowing where America or London is. But when it comes to Umrah or Hajj, she wants to have access to passport because she wants to know and worship her God. So when Muslims, it gets to that period of Umrah and Hajj, make sure that your facilities are open, more accessible to them to be able to acquire the passport to undertake this important journey of pilgrimage to Hajj. Many of them come and queue. Some are disappointed. Mr. Speaker, the danger is that some of them, when they get disappointed, Minister, trust me, they won't live to see the following year because of the emotional attachment that I want to perform Hajj, I want to see the Kaaba. So on behalf of the National Chief Imam, you should about it. Then, Mr. Speaker, conference center, you are saying that you need, Mr. Speaker, let me come to page 18 before I conclude on conference center. Page 18, you are saying that having borrowed money, you exceeded some expenditure by $11.4 million. We need an explanation to that. Then, Mr. Speaker, Minister, when you say I want to open 3 regional offices, Mr. Speaker, again, I'm back to paragraph page 24. Where are the 3 offices? We know Sinyani Tamale. So if you are opening Bolgawa, say so. If it is Sefiwiasu or Joabisu, say so. But don't come and say that 3 regional offices. For purpose of oversight, we should be able to police what you want to do and where you want to be able to do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, you are talking about redevelopment of the Accra International Conference Center. And you are saying PPP. There is now a PPP Act. Let's see fidelity and respect to the requirement of the PPP law and respect for it. But can that also wait? When the country is in this economic crisis, you are interested in building a conference center. It is not a priority for 2023. You can defer it into some other year. But we require that, Mr. Speaker, whenever it is done and will be done, there must be value for money. Let's interrogate where the proposal is coming from, whether from a Turkish entity or from a Turkish government, all the requirements of PPP. We should know which model of PPP you want to operate, whether it's build, operate, transfer, or it's just build and transfer within the law. Then, Mr. Speaker, as I said, you have to indulge me. Ghanaians abroad struggling to get to their own Ghanaian passports. Minister, unacceptable. There are many Ghanaians who struggle abroad, who to have access to themselves and sometimes to their children into having access. We have to improve it. We have to improve it. When you travel to many of the embassies, and Mr. Speaker, as I said, you have to indulge me. I will conclude on a matter if leader is interested in it. We're in Brussels, and I was in Brussels with you, and you have to work with your colleague, the Minister for Defense. We're told that Ghana has no military attaché at the NATO headquarters. Given the circumstances and events of what you saw in New York, I think that your partnership with the Europeans and NATO is as important as avoiding those New York comments. I've been advised by the ranking member not to go into New York because you yourself, you were cringing. We saw you in the video cringing, so I won't go into it. It means you didn't approve of it, Mr. Speaker. So let conference center also wait and come back to Parliament properly. Whether it's a loan, it's a build, operate, transfer, come under Article 181 of the Constitution, including 1815. If there is cost, we can deal with it. So Ghanaians abroad having access to their passport is equally important. But Mr. Speaker, I think that it's worth commending some of the foreign service officials. I was with leader in The Hague and later in Brussels. I joined him in Brussels, and we're very honored with the competence some of your men, including the ambassadors in the Netherlands and Brussels, demonstrated. I said that the Committee on Agriculture must follow up on the cocoa regulations, which I believe you've been alerted by leader and others. On Ghana, they relating galamsey and environmental destruction to cocoa. The EU Parliament was very strong on it. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I support the motion and hope that the minister and the president who have appointed you, I say I hope and pray you and the president, you don't visit trouble on the Republic of Ghana with some of the comments you are making somewhere. We want this country to remain safe and secured. I thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate. Yes, Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on a few of the issues that have been raised. But from the submissions, it's quite clear that the ranking member, the honourable member who seconded the motion, and the minority leader mean well for our ministry. And let me say that we are encouraged by the issues that have been raised, also by the support of the committee led by our chairman. Some of the issues that have been raised, Mr. Speaker, have to do with delays in payments to our missions abroad. This has occurred, and it's not something that is the norm. It just has occurred because of the shortfalls of the CD dollar and what we've all gone through as a nation. As a result, monies go to our missions for remuneration and also for paying of goods and services. Unfortunately, the monies are not enough. But we have been able to send money to many of the missions, and we have. I don't think that it's up to 5 months, as the minority leader said. In some cases, it's probably a month or so, because when monies go, they have to be prioritized in what it's used for. But we are working very hard to ensure that the monies get to them as soon as possible, especially in this season of Christmas and also the end of the year. So the finance department, the bureau, is doing all it can, working with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that we send monies on time. And hopefully this won't happen again. The other issue that was raised was the issue to do with the auditing of our missions abroad. The Auditor General has prioritized our missions and will be sending officers there. What happens in some cases is that we are supposed to be paying for those who are sent to go on audit of the missions. And sometimes we ourselves, we are very hard pressed. And it's very difficult for us to come up with some huge sums of monies that are demanded for the audits to be done. But we continue to work with them because for us it's extremely important that the audits are carried out so that we see what exactly is happening at our missions. So we'll continue to work to ensure that accountability is ensured. Mr. Speaker, also the issue of Ghanaians abroad and their requests for passports has also been raised. Let me say that we have seen the need to replicate what is here, and that is the premium application centers as an optional service for Ghanaians who want passports. And the first has been opened in the UK, in London specifically, where Ghanaians who so wish and who would want to pay a little extra will have that service available to them. But our missions, all missions are equipped now to take the biometrics of passport applicants, and also we have increased the printing centers in many of our missions. So, Mr. Speaker, what used to be a problem is no longer a problem today. Of course, it takes time for all these systems to kick in and for Ghanaians to know that these are available to them so they can take advantage of them. Also, the issue of rental against purchases. We all know that this is our preferred choice. We would rather purchase and own buildings, especially in countries where we know we will be there forever. But unfortunately, it's not money, the funds are not available. We've made use judiciously of the 50 million Societe Generale facility. Unfortunately, we have overrun the project cost due to several reasons. We were hoping, and we still hope, that we'll use IGF to make up that amount. Little did we know that COVID was going to strike, and our revenue will be reduced drastically. But as things improve and our revenue goes up, we will be making sure that cost overrun is paid up, so that we can purchase, we can renovate our properties. So we are on it, and I'm hoping that in the fullness of time, if we're able to bring a facility, a request to this August House, I'm quite hopeful that we'll have the support of Parliament. On the Nigerian High Commission property, we're almost done. Ministry of Finance has released monies to make sure that the contractor is paid, and very soon we'll be handing over to the Nigerian government through their High Commission here. Also, the police is still in the process of investigation where those who destroyed the property are concerned. We'll follow up and let the committee know, let Parliament know. Same to do with the Bulgarian embassy. There are few issues that need to be resolved, but I met the Bulgarian ambassador, and he told me he's very happy. All in all, the vehicle exemptions, very important. We will come back. There's some issue to do with the vehicle exemptions for our foreign service officers who come from posting. We'll be engaging the committee to ensure that this is sorted out. Mr. Speaker, All the other issues will continue to engage the committee, whether it's the AICC, to do with the structural integrity report, which is there, the value for money, and any other requests that will come from the committee, seeking really to support us in ensuring Ghana puts its best foot forward when it comes to international conferences. Many people, many countries want to come here for international conferences. We don't have a fit for purpose conference center. In any case, this is a revenue generator, really, and we will work with, continue to work with Parliament. As for the opening of missions, this is the outlook. It's a wish list. So we know the situation in which we are, the current conditions, and if it's not available, if it cannot be done, it just cannot be done until such time that the nation can afford it. We will make available, continue to work with the committee on the Oslo legal costs and any policy issues that they will confront us with. But let me use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you, especially the chairman and ranking member and members of our committee and all of this August House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. You just shouted. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And that this honorable House has accordingly approved the sum of 816,754,514 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the year ending 31st December 2023. Yes, leader. Honourable members.
Speaker.
Honourable members, kindly indulge me 5 minutes suspension.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, we are ready to take item 6 on the original order paper, item 6B.
Yes. Honourable members, let's turn to item 6B by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Communications on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Communications and Digitization for the year ending 31st December 2023. Report of the Committee on Communications on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Communications and Digitization for the year ending 31st December 2023.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members. Yes, leader.
Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. We're taking items 1.
Leader,
and
I only have this. I don't have the addendum. Yes.
Speaker, order paper addendum, items 1A and B. And Speaker, with your leave, for it to be done by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Yes. Honourable members, let's turn to the order paper addendum, the first page, item 1A, presentation of papers, presentation and first reading of bills.
An act to revise the cap for earmark funds and to provide for related matters.
Honourable member, the bill is duly presented, is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. 1B.
An act to amend the Electronic Transfer Levy Act 2022, Act 1075, to reduce the levy on electronic transfers to 1%, to provide for the filing of returns, the time for the payment of the levy, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is duly presented, is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Speaker, back to the order paper and page 9. Page 9, item 27. So I'll seek your leave for it to be taken by the Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes. Minority leadership? Very well. Honourable members, come with me to page 9.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I move this House to approve the sum of 558,139,240 Ghana cedis for the services of the audit service for the year ending 31st December 2023. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Who is seconding it? Yes, Honourable Member for Sokwa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. that this Honorable House, the sum of 558,139,240 Ghana cedis for the services of the audit service for the year ending 31st December 2023. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw the attention of the Hansard Department to adopt the entirety of this report, and I will move on straight to observations made by your committee. The committee made the following observations and recommendations during the deliberation. The estimates were duly assessed, and the committee noted that substantial amounts of goods and services and CAPEX budgetary allocation for 2022 financial year had not been released at the end of November 2022. It was also observed that the goods and services budgetary allocation of 50,054,900 Ghana cedis for the year 2022 fiscal year, an amount of 33,694,643 Ghana cedis, representing 63%, had been released at the end of the year. Similarly, out of the CAPEX allocation of the 39,006,229 for the review, 18,320,489, representing 53, had only been released. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General informed the committee that the delay in the release of the budgetary allocation advisory affected the operations of the services during the year under review. And Mr. Speaker, because of that, the delay in the release of the CAPEX budget had also stalled ongoing capital expenditure projects, including the construction of the new office. And then operational performance for the 2020. Further, the services through its payroll audit operations in 2020 recovered an amount of 1,234,000 into the consolidated fund, in addition to saving the country an amount of 109,909,000 Ghana cedis for the prevention of payment of payroll irregularities. And then the budgetary allocation for 2023 financial year. Mr. Speaker, it was observed that in accordance with Section 27(1) of the Audit Service Act 2000 and Regulation 45 of the Audit Service Regulation, His Excellency the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, had approved a total of 558,139,240 Ghana cedis for the service of the audit in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the budget by the President is made up of 450,291,108 cedis and 71,865 cedis on compensation and goods. It was also observed that the audit had a number of challenges with the prosecution of persons surcharged for financial irregularities by the auditor, and in explaining the reasons for apparent delay in prosecution of persons surcharged by the Auditor General, the Auditor General indicated that the Attorney General had contended with admissibility of the evidence by the court. He explained that according to Attorney General, the methodology...
Honorable Chair, may you come to conclusion?
And Mr. Speaker, therefore, enumerating all these observations, I'll come to the conclusion made by your committee. And the conclusion, in concluding, the audit service is taxed under Article 23 of the Constitution and the Audit Service Act to conduct annual audit of all public institutions and to report to Parliament. The service in the performance of institutions, the service in the performance of its mandate contributes to the promotion of good governance, transparency, and financial accountability through its audit functions. In line with this mandate, the service conducts annual audit of all state institutions, corporations, departments, and agencies that draw or controls public funds. This function is aimed at ensuring that the public funds are judiciously used and accounted for. And in addition, financial accountability, the audit service also conducts the audit of major government programs and projects. And therefore, the success and efficient performance of these statutory functions require the allocation and the release of financial resources to support the audit service. In the light of the above, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 608,699,240 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs of the audit service for the 2023 financial year. And so,
thank you very much. Do I put the question? Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak supporting my chairperson of the Special Budget Committee, Mrs. Apiaje, and the application she's made for that sum of money to be approved for the services of the Auditor General to continue to work to protect our public purse. But, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, because the Honourable Abeji chaired the Finance Committee, he seemed to understand some of the issues better than I do. But, Mr. Speaker, when you go to the original budget statement, Appendix 4A, page 194, the figure for the audit service is 515 million. We are being asked by Chairperson and the stand-in minister who moved the motion and 8,699,240 Ghana cedis. Then, Mr. Speaker, the President who have written Mr. Speaker, I requested for the President's letter dated 9 December 2022. The President approved 558,139,240 Ghana with 450,291,180 representing compensation. Then goods and services 71,860,560. Then capex 35,987,500. Mr. Speaker, so we will have to ensure that, leader, when we get to appropriation, we know which figure we are using for purpose of appropriation. That should be done, because what is in the budget is 515. The President has 558. Then we are referring to 608. Mr. Speaker, just two observations. One, The Auditor General indicated to our committee his inability to audit our foreign missions because of the lack of funds. That has to be done so that we will know the performance of those missions, which is captured as part of this committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Atachia was one of the senior members who supported the work of the committee and were encouraged by some of the work of the Auditor General. Safe to say that, Mr. Speaker, this Parliament must do something about Article 1876. Beyond public accounts, what do? We have to put that committee in place because on the basis of the Supreme Court ruling, there seems to be a lacuna on this surcharging and disallowances. When can it happen? Before or after the public accounts reading? The chairperson is here. Parliament must work to get that resolved. But Mr. Speaker General, we are assured that the Auditor General is auditing COVID. He will soon submit a report on his audit of COVID, which he indicated that it was work being done. And then also he is moved into procurement audit and construction audit, which also we must encourage him to do. Then, Mr. Speaker, every year Ghana loses money because of embezzlement, misappropriation, misapplication. We should find answers to it. But at least we are encouraged to hear how much he has recovered. If you refer to the committee's report, some huge amount have been recovered by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, if you come to page 5, he recovered 4.2 billion as of 15th December into what he called the Auditor General's recoveries account. I think we should encourage him to do more. So with these words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion moved and seconded by the chairperson of the Special Budget Committee. I'll yield to the deputy members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to get the exact figure that we are approving. The motion talk about 558 million, but the report is recommending 608 million. This is the report. The report says 608 million. That's page 17. That's the recommendation of the committee. But in light of the above, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 608,699,240 Ghana. So we should know which one we are approving, the motion one or the report one. So let's clear that first. As for the figure in the budget, which is 515, once we approve the exact figure, the adjustment will be made in the contingency vote by the Ministry of Finance. But again, in the report, so you can see clearly that the committee used the recommendation of the President to mean the allocation of GOG, because there is a portion that relates to donor fund. So they added the donor figure, which is 50 million. Let me get the exact figure. The donor, 50.5 million. They've added it to the 558 million recommended by the President. That is how they came by the 608. So we should know if the donor component is in the President recommendation. If it's included in the President recommendation, then that portion should be deleted from the report. If it's deleted, then we can go by the President recommendation of 558. Thank you.
Chairman, do you want to say something? Chairperson. Honorable Member for Asqua, do you want to say something? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think in my report I explained that we have received a letter increasing the figure by a certain increasing the figure to 608 million 699 to 240 Ghana cedis, 699,240 Ghana cedis, and it takes cognizance of the donor fund.
So what he's saying is that
Yes, is duly noted. Subject to that, yeah. Okay.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, dealing with the figure, yes, the GOG funding is 558,139,240 Ghana cedis. That's the GOG funding. Now the other one, the other fund, which is 50,560,000 Ghana cedis, is a grant from foreign donors. In reality, technically, that does not require the approval of Parliament. It requires for Parliament to be informed, but it is not GOG. I think it's a tool that's been put together to amount to 608,699,240 Ghana cedis. So that is what the report is speaking to. But as you rightly observed, we are approving the GOG, which is 558,139,240 Ghana cedis. So that is what the motion speaks to. The committee's report is adding the donor funding. And I'm saying that that should be for the information of us. Because really, the grant component, yes, I'm saying that the grant component does not really technically require the approval of Parliament, but it's for our information. And because it's part of the budget, it's been factored into the budget. So maybe one could say that we could put the two together and approve of same. Right. And then we get it right, so that it will be part of the appropriated amount. It will be part of the appropriated amount. So that is what it is. The Speaker, having said that, I think the issue that was raised by the minority leader in respect of Article 1876, that is the constitution of the committee to deal with matters arising out of our own consideration of the Auditor General's report. I have spoken to this on many occasions, and the minority leader has also given similar indication. The other time when I spoke to the issue, I said to us that it would be important for us to get this committee constituted before we adjourn tomorrow. Given the space that we have, it's not going to be possible. But let us resolve to liaise with the Chief Justice to have this committee in place before we come back on in January, I should say, the first meeting of the third session of this Parliament. Let's resolve to do that. The Speaker, the final matter that, again, the minority leader raised, which I think should engage our attention, has to do with the imperatives of Article 187.7b. That is the Auditor General surcharging amount of any expenditure that he may disallow on people who might have been found to have misapplied or misappropriated government funds. The Speaker, the position is that whatever he does should be part of the report to us, and if it is upheld by plenary through the Public Accounts Committee, then that surcharge could be exercised. It is out of place for the Auditor General to exact that surcharge before the report comes to Parliament. And I think we should be adding them on this. We should all agree on this, because not until the Auditor General report comes to Parliament, his own functions, his own exercise is incomplete. The Auditors General should be made to understand that. Mr. Speaker, that is what obtains everywhere. In every jurisdiction, that is what obtains. Ghana cannot operate as an island. So we cannot have an Auditor General who insists that the Constitution so allows me, so I will go ahead and exercise the function of surcharge, and then draw the attention of the person or the group or the corporation to that finding, and then insist that the group or the corporation should be surcharged. That is erroneous. Mr. Speaker, that is that clarification that I wanted to put across. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mine is still on the figures, because I don't want to approve a figure that the Minister of Finance will find it difficult to raise the money. In the letter from the President, the request from the Auditor General himself for item 123, the total is 593 million. It's not up to 600. So the donor component cannot be added to the recommendation from the President, which is 558, to make 608. Because that would be far more than what the Auditor General himself is requesting. They are requesting for 593 million. Now, the 50.5 million, the donor component, is part of the 515 million captured in the budget. So, what I'm suspecting is that the President's recommendation of the 558 million includes the donor component of 50.5. Yeah. So, we are going to approve 558 million as recommended by the President. We should not add the donor component to it, making 608. If we do that, that figure will be more than what the Auditor General himself is requesting. It doesn't matter. They don't need that. So, and that if we do that, the President, the Finance Ministry will find it difficult to raise the money. I'm working with the Auditor General's office, but I want to be sure that we approve a figure which the money can be released to them. I haven't seen Parliament yet. So we'll go by the figure captured in a motion, and therefore the chair will amend the committee report to read 558 million instead of 608 million.
So, Honorable Chairman, are we approving the 558, 139,240 without a grant?
Mr. Speaker, we are approving 558,139,240 Ghana cedis. That's very good.
Very well. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor of the motion listed 27 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it, and therefore this House has accordingly approved the sum of 558 million 139,240 Ghana cedis for the services of the audit service for the year ending 31st December 2023. Yes, leader.
No, we have not. Speaker, page 8, item 22, page 8, Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, let's turn to page 8, item listed 22, motion by the majority leader. Motion 22.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 9,200,970 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2023. Mr. Speaker, I move the motion and reserve the right to speak to the motion subsequently. As so moved.
Very well. Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Yes, honorable member for Asopa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion. And in supporting the motion, I present your committee's report. And I'm going to indulge the Hazards Department to capture the entirety of the report and make some few observations. Mr. Speaker, it was observed by your committee that the Media Commission is one entity that has to be critically looked at, especially in terms of providing personnel to work in their favor. And therefore, if you look at the budget allocation critically, you realize that there has been an increase in budgetary allocation by 8.73%. And this increment is taking care of additional staffing for the Media Commission. And therefore, it is very encouraging to note that their major challenge is being taken care of. And we also, and therefore, it is very important that people working, the staff working under Media Commission are well trained and that they are able, the recruits personnel will be able to augment the staff strength. And therefore, we're also looking at regulating the social media platforms, which is one of the outlook that the Media Commission is pursuing at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, after careful examination of the 2023 estimates of the National Media Commission, recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 9,200,970 Ghana cedis to enable the National Media Commission to implement its program for the 2023 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion for the approval of 9 million and above for National Media Commission. But, Mr. Speaker, something strikes me when I look at 2022 budget performance. An amount of 6.3 million was approved as a revised budget for the Media Commission for 2022. And as at 31st, in fact, the report says 31st November, but we don't have 31st November. So as at 30th November, a total amount of 1.8 million was released for compensation. That shows a big variance of over 4 million. What is the reason why a 6.3 million approved for compensation, only 1.8 million was spent for 11 months? What is the reason? There must be a reason. So why should we give them another 6.7 million for 2023? We approved compensation. We approved 6.3 million for them in 2022. As of November, they spent only 1.8. Which means that they don't have the capacity, they don't have the employees. That is good. So why do we give them 6.7 million for 2023? No, there must be a reason why we approved 6.3 and only 1.8 was disbursed for compensation.
Yeah, so, leader, are you requiring answers?
So I'm proposing that we should not give them 6.7 million for compensation. They don't need it. At least maximum 3 million or 2.5 will be sufficient for them.
Chairperson of the committee.
6.7 at the end, by this time next year, we'll come here and we'll spend only 2.2 million out of the 6.7.
Chairperson of the committee, can you?
Right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to explain that they were to embark on recruitment of staff, but unfortunately, the time expired and they couldn't recruit that number. If you look at the report, as we speak now, they are going to recruit about 400 employees at this point in time. We have actually requested that they cut down the number. So the amount was never released because they had not recruited any staff for that matter. But this year, the year 2023, they are going to embark on that exercise. We are talking about 400 staff.
It's okay.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister said that there will be no employment next year. So why is the Media Commission going to employ 400 people? That is what the finance minister said in the budget, the policy that we have adopted. We are not going to have no recruitment in 2023. Also, we are giving exception to some agencies. That is good. No. Well, if that is the explanation that some exemptions are granted, we can go ahead and approve.
Yes, honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour of the motion listed 22 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And that this honourable House has approved the sum of 9,200,970 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2023. Yes, leader.
Speaker, page 6. Page 6. Page 6. Item 14. And I'll seek your leave for it to be done by one of our own, the Deputy Minister of Education. It's your leave.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page 6. Page 6, item listed 14. Item listed 14. Honorable Minister for Education. Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 22,902,600,752 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2023. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion, and in so doing, I would like to present your committee's report. But before that, I would like to entreat the table office to capture the entirety of the report as I read excerpts of your report. Mr. Speaker, for the implementation of the program and activities for the year 2023, the Ministry of Education has been allocated an amount of 22,902,600,752 Ghana cedis. The breakdown of the allocation by program and expenditure items is shown in Table 5. Mr. Speaker, they are for the following items. Compensation is 66.5% of the total amount. Goods and services is 21.4%, and CAPEX is 12.1%. For want of time, Mr. Speaker, I will go straight to the conclusion. The Ministry of Education formulates and coordinates education policies, sets standards, and monitor and evaluate their implementation. The Ministry works to ensure that quality education is accessible for all Ghanaians to support human capital and national development. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, most agencies under the Ministry of Education responsible for promoting education lack the needed financial resources to effectively perform their duties. There is therefore an urgent need to address the funding gap and provide the Ministry and its agencies with adequate resources to implement its various programs and activities. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 22,902,600,752 Ghana cedis for the programs and activities of the Ministry of Education for the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Thank you very much. Let him come to the ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the report as presented by the chairman. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we made a number of observations, which I wish the two deputy ministers of finance who were here a short while ago were around to listen to this. Because all that the chairman lamented about as a result of the failure of the Ministry of Finance to provide or release adequate funds for the running of the activities of the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, we observed that the National Service Scheme, as we have it now, allowance was in December 2016, which took effect on 1st January 20. Mr. Speaker, for 6 years now, these National Service personnel have been on the allowance of 559 Ghana cedis, 4 pesos a month. Mr. Speaker, recent harsh economic situation, how will a service personnel live on that meager sum of money or allowance? National Service personnel, even in this house here,
some of them spend about 20 Ghana cedis on transportation daily. So by a week, it is more than 100 cedis. So if you continue to pay them such allowance, Mr. Speaker, how would they live? So the Ministry of Finance rejected the proposal of 950 Ghana cedis per month per personnel. No reason was given for it. Meanwhile, if you look at the budget policy or the estimate for other activities, large sums of money was allocated. And this is rather unfair and unfortunate to the national service personnel in this country. So we urge that something serious or urgent is done about the national service personnel allowance, because they don't even take the COLA that civil servants or public servants are enjoying. So I don't know what crime they have that the Ministry of Finance should continue to punish them in that direction. Mr. Speaker, one other observation we made had to do with releases to West African Examinations Council, WAEC. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, WAEC is owing examiners for the BEC, which was conducted recently, an amount of 26.6 million. WAEC had wanted to suspend the marking of the recent BEC, but pleading with the examiners and assistant examiners, they were able to mark the exams. And WAEC is yet to pay them for that amount of money. If you come to the senior high school certificate examination, or WASE, WAEC is owing the examiners, the chief examiner, and all other persons who worked for the examination a total of 30.2 million Ghana cedis. And if care is not taken, WAEC will not be able to meet its obligations to various persons and agencies that they owe. So we are appealing to the Minister for Finance that some of these issues, you don't need to play with them, especially with releases to WAEC, because they are conducting examinations on behalf of the country. Mr. Speaker, the next issue has to do with the free senior high school feeding program. We were told in the budget estimate that it has been increased from 5 cedis to 7 cedis. But this is inadequate. Those in the private basic schools, they are paying 10 cedis a day for just lunch. And we want our children to be fed well on only 7 Ghana cedis. At least they could have taken it to about 10 Ghana cedis per student, because what they give them currently is nothing to write home about. So, Mr. Speaker, one major problem with even the feeding program is that out of these 7 cedis that is being approved, only 30% will go to the school, 70% will go to buffer stock. And that is where we have a stinky corruption taking place. The corruption at that buffer stock is unimaginable. So, Mr. Speaker, it will even be better if the 7 Ghana cedis is given to the schools that take 7 Ghana cedis, feed the students, and then we hold them responsible or accountable. But if 70% will go to the suppliers of food items and only 30% goes to the authorities, the school authorities for perishables and other things, I think we are not doing any good to the managers of our schools in this country. So there is the need to look at that carefully and then change things for the better, because the heads of the institutions are finding it very difficult to run the schools. And because there is also undue delay in the release of funds to them for even these perishables. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the records, you will see that many of the schools are only living on loans from banks. And you know the increase or rate of bank loans these days. So, Mr. Speaker, there's the need to look at it very carefully. Mr. Speaker, we just witnessed the laying of an amendment bill on capping and realignment of funds. I hope that the Ministry of Finance is going to decap GET funds in this amendment. This is because by law, we know that GET fund receives a 2.5% levy that is charged. And if you go to page 190 of the budget, you will realize that a total of 4.65 billion Ghana cedis was expected to come as resources to GET funds. But in the allocation, we only saw on page 191 the allocation of 1.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, GET fund, if care is not taken, is on the brink of collapse. And there's a need for us to do something about it so that GET fund is decapped and a lot of resources are made available so that they can run their programs and activities. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that there is so much to be done as far as education in this country is concerned. And if care is not taken, if more resources are not made available, the quality education we are seeking for our children will be an illusion. It will become a mirage, and it will not help this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, if then please be brief. He speak, we also speak. Honorable, yes. Will you sacrifice your contribution so that
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, despite the current economic challenges that we face, the government's commitment towards education has been very extensive and overwhelming. The budget allocation for this year is an increase of 23% as against last year. Mr. Speaker, if you look at from 2016 up to now, government education expenditure has increased by 320%, demonstrating government's extreme commitment towards education. Mr. Speaker, in the report, if you look at the allocations that are given, Mr. Speaker, you notice that at page 9, 65% of the allocations are going into compensation. So, Speaker, this is a very good observation in respect of the fact that some years ago, we were spending 10% of our education expenditure on compensation alone, leaving very limited space for other investment, especially in terms of goods and services, which makes it difficult for government and the ministry to be able to procure resources for instructional purpose. So, Speaker, if you look at page 13 of the report, where my honorable colleague made mention of the National Service Scheme. So, Speaker, this matter came before the committee. The committee discussed extensively and made a proposal that the Ministry of Finance should consider increasing their emolument or allowance for national service from 559 to 950. And we recommend to the Ministry of Education to continuously engage the Ministry of Finance for that. So, Speaker, the issue around SHS, free SHS program, in the course of the discussion, we noticed that the problem is largely as a result of release of funds. Your committee recommended that the Ministry of Finance should work as much as it can to timely release resources for the implementation of the program. Mr. Speaker, when my honorable ranking member was speaking, made mention of WAEC and the outstanding monies that are owed WAEC. Mr. Speaker, that matter came before the committee, but it has to also be put on record that government had paid 80 million Ghana cedi in the course of this year, out of the total monies that were owing, but there's still outstanding of 23 million Ghana cedi that was recognized in the report. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this motion.
Yes, Honorable Clementa Park, let me also hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to comment on your committee's report currently before you.
Honorable, be brief, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will try to be brief. Mr. Speaker, the education, of course, we all know is important, and we know the foundation is at the basic level. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it doesn't look like a lot is being done to ensure that basic education continues to thrive. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you now, government owes capitation grants in excess of 6 terms, that is about 2 years. Mr. Speaker, it will sadden you to know that if we were to look at the arrears for 2022, which is in excess of 45 million, and the requested allocation for 2023, which is slightly above 61 million, and you juxtapose that with the allocation given by the ministry, which is 11 million, the Speaker, clearly, how are basic schools in the country expected to function? The Speaker, as we speak now, many heads of basic schools are hiding from creditors. They have been taking loans to run these institutions. Government has failed to pay them. And one would have thought that a lot more resources would have been allocated to defray the arrears of this year and to make room for next year. But that is not happening. Mr. Speaker, feeding grants for special schools is also an area that has seen a very drastic cut. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about school for the deaf, school for the blind. We know that these are brothers and sisters who are already disadvantaged. And you would think that in these times, we would allocate more resources so that at least their conditions can also improve. Unfortunately, out of a total request of 20 million, in addition to arrears of 8 million, government, through the ministry, is only allocating slightly above 8 million. Mr. Speaker, Abba. Not even enough to pay the arrears. Mr. Speaker, why do we do this to the most vulnerable in society? Mr. Speaker, why do we heard about the textbooks that have been produced? And we had a chance to visit the printing houses and the printers, and we know that some of the books were being moved to the regions. But it is the case that some schools are yet to receive the textbooks. Mr. Speaker, are you aware that the printers and publishers of these books are complaining that they are owed by government? And Mr. Speaker, the reason is because of the capping that has been placed on Get Fund. Because these monies that should go and pay the printers would have to go from Get Fund. And Get Fund doesn't have the resources. So I want to use this to re-emphasize the case that we are making for this House to decap Get Fund, so that at least, in addition to paying these printers, we can also augment academic space at the tertiary level. Because since you are signaling your time, I would want to place on record that the Free Senior High School has always received the biggest budgetary allocation. But even so, the challenges there still persist. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, if you were to ask anyone to tell us the amount that has been expended on the program for the past 5 years, nobody knows. The Finance Minister came to announce 7.62 billion in 2021 during the media budget review presentation. Just this year, when he came to this House, he announced for the same program 5.3 billion. A difference of over 2 billion. Where is that money? So these are legitimate questions that we ought to be asking. And since you are signaling time, I support the report, and I support the budgetary allocation. But we are asking the Finance Minister to release the monies. To it, the money is not his. He should release the money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor of the motion listed 14 say aye. All those against say no. honorable members, the motion is hereby carried, and that this House and that this honorable House has approved the sum of 22,902,600,752 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2023.
Speaker, page 7, item 19, page 7.
Yes. Honorable members,
Speaker, page 7. Speaker, page 7, item 19.
honorable members, let's turn to, please talk to your leaders. Please talk to. Honorable members, let's turn to page 7. Page 7, item listed 19. Item 19, motion by the Minister for Communication and Digitalization. Yes, Honorable Minister, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion listed as 19 on the order paper. I so move.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Yes, Chairman. Who said that?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion, and in so doing, I request the Hansa Department to report as safe. For want of time, I will do one agency.
Adrian.
On the status of the SIM card registration, officials of the Ministry of Information, informed the committee that a total number of 30,356,306 SIM cards representing 73.59% of the total number of 41,249,804 SIM cards have completed stage 1 of the registration process. And as of 30th November 2022, which entailed the linkage of subscribers of Ghana cards to their SIM card, the number of people who have completed the stage 2 of the process stood at 22,442,542, representing 54.41%, leaving a total number of 18,807,352, representing 45.59% on registered SIM cards under stage 2. As of November 20, a total number of 8,759,090 SIM cards were blocked, while 695,426.21 SIM cards were reconnected, leaving 8,060.699 blocked SIM cards. As of 8 December 2022, in view of the substantial number of blocked SIM cards completed with the attendance hardship and loss of revenue to the telecommunication companies, the committee urged the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization to reconsider the use of the Ghana cards as the sole ID cards and for the exercise, and that the use of other identity cards such as the valid passport. Mr. Speaker, considering this and many other activities that the ministry undertakes the committee has critically examined the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization for the 2023 financial year and is of the view that the estimates are justified. The committee acknowledged that the operations of the ministry are critical to the growth of the development of the country, and therefore the ministry must be adequately resourced to carry out its mandate. The committee consequently urged the Ministry of Finance to provide additional funding to support the ministry and its agencies, especially the Cyber Security Authority, to implement its operations in 2023. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the sum of 742,208 Ghana cedis for its activities of the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization for the 2023 fiscal year. I so report, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Sam George.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, even as I rise to contribute to the motion for the consideration of the budget for the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, I want to put on record for the Hansa Department to capture that we do not have the requisite number in the chamber per the Justice Abdullahi ruling of 138 to make such important financial decisions. Let the records bear so that tomorrow if anybody takes us to court, all of these approvals are null and void. But Mr. Speaker, as we look at the budget for the ministry, it's important that we realize that even as we have increased contingency votes by 400 million to 1.4 billion, even as we had in paragraph 338 of the 2022 budget, a pledge of Ghana Cares of Atampa 1,033,000,000 Ghana cedis. All of that money, we were told in paragraph 338, we were told that a chunk of it, Mr. Speaker, I can read. The Ghana Cares program has three key thrusts. The first is to support the private sector, particularly in agribusiness, manufacturing, ICT, and digitalization.
Honorable.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my honorable friend from Lingo, from Prague. Mr. Speaker, miracle about the budget, which we have debated principles and approved already. These are estimates of Ministry of Communication. It's not paragraph 338 matter. Stick to the report and speak for what to hear.
Yeah. Honorable Sam George is making.
I like where he's taking us to. If we should stick to the report, then let's stick to our standing orders. We don't have quorum. So you should be careful where he's taking me to. Because then if you want us to stick to the rules, stricto sensu, we don't have quorum. Let's rise and go home. But Mr. Speaker, to the report. The reason why I am speaking about the paragraph 338 is that in the budget, we were told that a chunk of the money for Obatampa Ghana Cares was to go for cyber security. Mr. Speaker, the Cyber Security Authority has come with their estimates. To which there is nothing in the stomach of the pitre. And so, Mr. Speaker, if Obatampa Ghana Cares, we were told it was for the ICT and Cyber Security Authority. And today, the Cyber Security Authority is not limping, it is crippled. And Mr. Speaker, all of these investments that we are making and approving budgets in all the various other sectors, they all run on cyber security and the ability for the digitization, Dr. Baumia digitization, all of those digital agendas need to be secured. It is like having all of this infrastructure put in place and Ghana Police Service has no funding. The cyber security, which is our gatekeeper, is limping. The question we need to ask, and I see the gesticulation of the majority leader saying that. before we can approve that for you, that and with the assurance that will go to cybersecurity, show us how much of the 1 billion we approved for you last year in Ghana case that went to cybersecurity. You didn't do anything with what we approved for you for cybersecurity. You rather use it for other things. So, Mr. Speaker, we are worried from our side of the committee that all of our digital agenda is a plan to fail because we have no funding for cybersecurity. Mr. Speaker, NITA. The committee looked at NITA data charges. NITA is spending 25 million Ghana cedis every year to provide connectivity for all the MDAs. House. That's the Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even Parliament House owes NITA. But I don't blame Parliament. It's because the finance minister reduced our budget. But we owe NITA. As for the government agencies, plenty, they owe NITA. This year, the allocation for NITA for data charges is around what? 700 million. 750,000 Ghana cedis. 750,000 Ghana cedis. When they need 25 million, all your gift miss payments run on NITA infrastructure. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we are not putting our money where our mouth is, how then do you run? Mr. Speaker, almighty SIM card registration. Mr. Speaker, our constituents, yours and mine, those in your constituency who registered in compliance with the minister's directive but still have their SIM cards blocked, they told us that we should block the minister's budget the way she has blocked their SIM cards. And so the committee notified the minister that we intend to block her budget the way she has blocked the SIM cards of Ghanaians who have registered and complied. But the minister, because I'm passionate, but the minister has assured us that she will consider the request of the taxpayers whose money is going to be given to her, so that she and Honorable Napo can do work, and then we'll see them next time at the next World Cup, not in Qatar. But in the next World Cup, we'll see the two of them there. You know, their taxpayers' money, they say they want to make sure that as she receives that money, she considers allowing them use other national ID cards for the registration. And Mr. Speaker, let us make one last case for the Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission. Mr. Speaker, last one. Mr. Speaker, that agency is a very mobile agency. And even with their mobile state, Kenoforiata is drinking 33% of their blood with retention. Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission. I mean, why? If you are broke, you are stealing from the dead. I mean, we need to be compassionate. And so the committee is saying that the retention of that on that agency for the IGF must be 100%. Mr. Speaker, as for GMET, the problem there, they are plagued. If I start today, we won't even finish tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, in the words of the minister during her press conference on the 31st of July, this side of the house reluctantly, and I repeat, reluctantly recommends to the house to adopt this report and approve, consequent to her agreement to consider other cards for registration of the SIM card, to approve her budget for the year 2023. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a comment. And the chair of the committee, I want to draw your attention to your style of the report. You see, we usually show the sources of funding for the budget. How much is coming from GOG? How much is coming from IGF? How much is coming from donor partners? You didn't show that in the report. You lumped all of them together. You lump everything together. So it will be difficult for us to know this 787 million, what portion is coming from GOG, what portion is coming from the agency in form of IGF. It's very important. Because in the report, it is only 49 million that is coming from GOG out of the 787 million. IGF is contributing 433 million, and the donor partners are contributing 304 million. So if you prepare a report like this, it doesn't help. Next time, break it down so that we know the sources of funding for the budget. Thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor of the motion listed 19, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted, and that this house, has approved the 787,742,208 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization for the year ending 31st December 2023.
Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, we can now go to order paper addendum 2, presentation of papers. Order paper addendum 2. Presentation of papers, Speaker. Order paper addendum 2.
Yes. Honorable members, let's turn to addendum paper 2. Addendum paper 2. At the commencement of public business presentation of papers by the chairman of the appointment committee.
29th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Minister and Deputy Minister to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members.
Speaker, if we could go to the original order paper 6A. 6A by the chairman of the committee.
Which one? Name under paper 6A. Okay. Yes, honorable members, turn to page 3. Take page 3. The main order paper. Presentation of papers. 6A by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Health on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Health for the year ending 31st December 2023.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution for honourable members. Yes, leader.
So Speaker, with your leave, on page 7 on the original order paper, motion number 18. And Speaker, with your leave, the minister responsible for health is here.
Yes, honourable members, let me invite you to page 7. Page 7. Item listed 18. 18, motion by the Minister for health.
This is not working. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 18 listed on page 7 of the order paper, that this Honorable House approve the sum of 15,284,915,255 Ghana cedi for the operations of the Ministry of Health for the year ending 31st December 2023. I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Chairman, let's hear you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion. So doing, I present the report of the committee. Once I do so, Table Office and the Hazard Department, I urge you to capture the full details of this report. Mr. Speaker, I will quickly move to pages I'll quickly move to pages 17. Mr. Speaker, the committee made some observations when we considered the estimates. Mr. Speaker, some of the observations were that with regards to the Agenda 111, not all the contractors have been on site. Out of about 293 contractors, about 16 of them, because of land-related issues, are yet to move on site. In the estimation of the Secretariat, by the end of 2024, the feel is about 20 or 30% of these projects would have been completed. Mr. Speaker, we also took note of the fact that with regards to the NHIA allocation, Mr. Speaker, of about 5.2 billion that is supposed to be received in the fund, about 2.5 billion is being allocated to the NHIA. Mr. Speaker, considering the fact that this year 2.7 was allocated, and next year, in the midst of price increases and inflation, 2.5 is being given, is woefully inadequate. The committee indeed met with the Ministry of Finance, the Minister of Finance, and then made a commitment that hopefully by budget review, 500 million will be added to it. And also, if the IMF bill is raised, arrears will be cleared. And therefore, she assured us, and we captured it in the report as such. Mr. Speaker, with regards to capping, we are worried that as of now, the FDA is still being capped. The FDA, like the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, is a regulatory entity, and just like the EPA retained 100% of its collections, so do we think the FDA will speak. As we speak, the FDA is not able to operate in other regions because of the fact that they are decapped, and that is not enough. Mr. Speaker, because it is moving to level 4, and its staff will be one of those creme de la creme in the continent, it will be a risk to the country if this investment is done to FDA to move it to level 4, only for us to see the exodus of its staff because of the fact that it's not able to remunerate its staff. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, the committee took note of the fact that FDA, as a matter of fact, and the Minister of Finance should consider decapping them. Not only that, there were also two other agencies, the Pharmacy Council and Medical and Dental Council, capping them is about 3 million, 2 million. Mr. Speaker, it does a lot of things for us if you protect the society by getting clinicians of good standards. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, at this point, I move to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, having thoroughly examined the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Health for the year ending 31st December 2022, and these activities earmarked for 2023, the committee hereby recommends that this House approve the total sum of 15,284,915,055 Ghana cedis for the operations of the Ministry of Health. The committee requires that the Ministry of Finance will release funds regularly and honor all its commitments to the Ministry of Health to ensure effective performance. In this regard, we urge the House to adopt this report. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you very much. Who is seconding it? Hey, Honorable Akando, how did you get in? I haven't cited you for the day. Akando, okay, let's.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second the motion itemized 18 on today. Mr. Speaker, may I take you to page 16 of the report, which talks about Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, at the peak of COVID pandemic, the President of the Republic of Ghana promised the good people of this country that he was going to build 88 hospitals, district hospitals, by the close or end of 2020. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that at the end of 2020, not a single district hospital was built or was completed in this country. Mr. Speaker, the President then increased his solemn presidential pledge from 88 to 111. The Speaker, during the cutting of the sword for these projects, the President indicated that this project was going to be completed in a matter of 12 to 18 months. The Speaker, some few months down the lane, when the President appeared on this very floor, he said it was not possible to complete the project within the 12 to 18 months, but he was going to complete the project before he hands over in 2024. Mr. Speaker, during the estimate at the committee's meeting, we had the privilege to be addressed by the consultant in charge of this project, that is Hospital Infrastructure Group. Mr. Speaker, the report or the presentation, at the very last page of their presentation, Mr. Speaker, they indicated to us that the President was not being realistic. They indicated to us that the President was actually not following the project. Mr. Speaker, I was sad because it looks as though the President has no commitment to the program. Mr. Speaker, and I'll quote from one report. Mr. Speaker, this is what they say. When the President says that the project will be completed in 2024, listen to what they stated in the presentation. That, Mr. Speaker, 20% of the hospitals could be completed in 2024. 20%. Only 20%. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, after the presentation, Mr. Speaker, we realized that more than 1.4 billion Ghana cedis has been expended on Agenda 111. More than 1.4 billion. Mr. Speaker, guess what? Accounting for the money was bizarre. They were disorganized, incoherent, Mr. Speaker, and the processes involved were opaque. Mr. Speaker, I thought that this project was so sensitive that they took it to the presidency. Mr. Speaker, if they had left this project at the Ministry of Health, where we have experts, I am of the opinion that they could have better than we are seeing. Mr. Speaker, when we asked for the breakdown, Mr. Speaker, it was just bizarre. Again, this is the most disheartening aspect. Mr. Speaker, about 66 contractors are not on site. 66, according to their own report, and we are even yet to verify. I am of the opinion that they are even more than that. Mr. Speaker, out of the 66, about 16 of them have been given mobilization and they have never gone to site. 16, they've taken our money free, working free. Mr. Speaker, they have not gone to site since they were. Mr. Speaker, some of them as many as 12 months. They've not gone to site. They are with our money. This is a report. This is a report. Mr. Speaker, I doubt strongly the criteria they were using to give mobilization. Mr. Speaker, in their own presentation, they stated that 2 of the contractors, they didn't even have adequate documentation, yet they were giving mobilization. In their own presentation. In their own presentation.
Honorable Ranking, hold on. Let me give the opportunity to the Defense Minister.
Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I was at the committee when this matter came up. And Mr. Speaker, the handlers, the committee explained to your committee that all the 80 projects that the contractors were given awarded, they went to site. But 16 of them encountered problems at various ends. And so they themselves willingly advised them that they should stop, and so they will resolve them. And they're resolving the problems one by one and they're going back. So it is not correct to say that they took the money, 16 of them, and never went to site. That's just what I want to correct. It's not true. It's not true at all. And he was there. And when I asked the question for the clarification, he was the one who said I was giving them leading answers. He was the one who said that. And he knows that they all went to site. That was the explanation, but that they encountered problems, 16 of them, at various ends. Some were topography, some were different things, some were litigation.
Honorable Minister, you are a member of the committee.
I am a member of the committee.
Then I'll give you the opportunity. Let me listen to him.
Mr. Speaker, since the minister didn't prove me wrong that indeed those contractors were on site, and he has collaborated that the contractors are not on site, Mr. Speaker, you should advise the president so that those contractors will change them to go to site. That is what is important. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, Mr. Speaker, out of the 87 contracts, more than 50% are under 10% completion. Mr. Speaker, it's bizarre. More than 50% of the project are under 10%. Mr. Speaker, some of them are as low as 3%. In fact, none is even above 30%. None. More than 1 year after awarding the contract, none is above 30%. Not a single one. Mr. Speaker, I think that the president must be serious with the good people of this country. I think that we must be taken seriously. And when the president speaks, I think that his handlers do him, favor or good when they do research before he talks to the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, again, if you go to National Health Insurance, Mr. Speaker, as my chairman indicated, last year they were given about 2.7 billion for the purposes of the National Health Insurance Authority. Mr. Speaker, this year, if you check the budget, we are going to raise not less than 5.28 billion Ghana cedis in the name of National Health Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, the expenditure or the allocation made to them is around 2.5. 2.5 in the face of inflation, where, producers and the manufacturers of pharmaceutical products are threatening and these products skyrocketing, the prices are skyrocketing, you are rather decreasing the allocation. Mr. Speaker, this is certainly not fair. And therefore, we think that they must give them more than that, and the arrears must be cleared. And I stated the last time that a country which finds itself in such a crisis must pay critical to the health sector. The Speaker, again, if you go to section 41(2) of the National Health Insurance Act, the Speaker, it says clearly that the contributions from SNIT must be paid directly into the fund. The law is clear, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I read. The Director General of the Social Security and National Insurance Trust shall transfer directly to the fund 2 1/2 insurance. 2 1/2 percentage point of each pension's mandatory social security contributions at the end of each month without any deductions. Let's look at the law is clear. Let's Speaker, they are not doing so. And this is what is also resulting in the large arrears at the National Health Insurance Scheme. And therefore, this is by law. And some of us can go into court if they refuse to pay directly into the fund for the purposes of the National Health Insurance Authority. The Speaker, again, capping. I do not see the reason why we should be capping the health sector. Why? We have gone to sign Abuja Declaration, and that we are saying that we will spend not less than 15% of our total budget allocation every year in the health sector. The Speaker, if you put everything together, we are not even doing more than 7%. Yet we are capping the health sector. Regulatory bodies, regulatory agencies, we are capping them. If you look at the FDA, we are projecting 154 million, and that only 108 million will be given to them. And they are going to give government about 46 million. What do you think? Mr. Speaker, these are fees that people pay for a specific exercise assignment to be conducted. If you begin capping them, what it means is that the regulatory agencies will start charging exorbitantly. And the good people of this country will at the end of the day suffer. Mr. Speaker, if you check Medical and Dental Council, they are raising 25 million and they are retaining 20 million. Medical and Dental Council, will be 5 billion. So I think that, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the capping seriously, especially under the health sector. We have to decap all the institutions, especially the regulatory agencies under the health sector. Mr. Speaker, my last observation is that at the committee meeting, we realized that some of the agencies and the institutions who appeared before us were not even aware of their revised budgets. You realize that there is no coordination between the Ministry of Finance, the health, and the institutions. So the Ministry of Finance just sits at the ministry and they just revise the figures, and when they appear before us, they are not even aware of their targets for the year. Mr. Speaker, I think that this must not happen. They should coordinate very well so that at the end of the day, this work will be very smooth. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support you. Thank you.
Yes. Do I put the question? Minister, do you want to react to one or two concerns? Leader, let you listen to medical doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
for giving me the opportunity. I rise to also contribute to the motion so moved.
But Doc, be brief, please. I'm saying be brief.
Mr. Speaker, in being brief, I want to contribute by saying that the budget estimates that for the health sector, though it's a slight improvement over last year's budget, as a committee, we think that it is still not enough to enable us as a country to push our agenda towards achieving universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, significant is the fact that if we look at the proportion of the budget that is going to goods and services, that is just about 20% is not adequate enough to address the very key indicators and fundamentals of universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, we all know that quality in health service delivery is very key. And the amount that is dedicated to goods and services is nowhere near providing us with quality health service delivery. And therefore, there's a need as a country for us to really look at ways of improving the amount that is always dedicated for goods and services. Because, Mr. Speaker, all of us sitting here, you realize that people are calling us to contribute or to sponsor their healthcare simply because they have to buy almost every commodity that is needed, whether it's medicine, whether it's non-drugs, before they can be treated at our various hospitals. Mr. Speaker, last is for us to really address the critical issue of our human resource gaps. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, almost all the agencies, Ghana Health Service, the teaching hospitals, CHAT, are all talking about inadequate, staffing levels with adequate mix. And Mr. Speaker, dangerous achieving universal health coverage is the fact that our critical care nurses, the professionals, are living in their numbers, for greener pastures outside this country. And that is a worry for all agencies. And therefore, the need for us as a country to address, because the skilled professionals are the people living, the midwives, the anesthetists. So they are living with the kind of professionals that do not have adequate skills to take care of those of us who remain in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the Ministry of Health, the government, should really look at ways of attracting and retaining health professionals in this country. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Health Committee for a good job done, and then the fact that, in spite of all the concerns being raised, the ministry, the records we have here, did achieve some positives. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 6 of the report, blood bank challenges that we have, where people need blood and access was a problem. From the report of the committee, it is clear that through the ministry's proactiveness, it's been able to address the challenge we have in the National Blood Service, and then they launched this program through Zipline, and now people are getting access. This is a major achievement that we should commend the ministry for. And then again, if you come to health infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, if you read what has been achieved in 2022, the ministry has been able to complete the following chip compounds at the Bistro, in Sutem and Tiaria, a district hospital at Konongo, treatment and holding centers at Aplao, Elubo, Keta, Kumasi South, and Sewa, and a fevers unit and COVID center isolation centers at Kolibu. And again, Mr. Speaker, Keta, yes, it's there. It's in the committee's report. It is in the committee's report. Page 6, I am at page 6, paragraph 6.13, health infrastructure. And I mean Keta in the Volta region. Keta in the Volta region, yes. Keta in the Volta region. The following projects are nearing completion. Construction of regional hospital at Sewa Hospital and 5 polyclinics in Western region at Akontombra, Bogoso, Elubo, Mpoho, Nswayem, Wasadunkwa. Expansion and equipping of 4 selected facilities at Ebri, Ekwapim, Mampong. Mr. Speaker, Etibie and Kibi, Bogatanga Regional Hospital Phase 2, and treatment and holding centers at Asawinso, Cape Coast, Goso, Pantan, and Zebila. Mr. Speaker, these cut across. This tells you how the government takes its health policy seriously. It is not a partisan health policy, but a national health policy. And these are achievements in 2022, in spite of all the challenges that we face as a country. Mr. Speaker, on the Agenda 111, this is one major ambitious dream of this government, that the government acknowledges deficit in health infrastructure, and it is a reason why Agenda 111 was launched. And if you look at the report of the committee, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, this is not a majority decision, the report is a report of the committee, which says that 89 of these have commenced. 89 of the 111, 89 have commenced. In spite of the 30% in terms of the extent of work done so far, as echoed by my respected colleague Akando. The fact is that these contractors have not abandoned the project. Yes, but those are the 16 ones that the Minister of Defense explained. I'm talking about the 89. I'm talking about the 89. That, yeah, the 89. That you said they are at 30%. And I'm saying that even at 30%, it's ongoing. And I'm saying that we should commend the government for this ambitious dream. Because, Mr. Speaker, indeed, a healthy nation is a nation ready for growth. So if the government acknowledge that we had this deficit and there's a need, in spite of all challenges, to carry on with these projects, we have to commend the government. Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by re-echoing the points made by the committee at page 13, paragraph 8.4. This is what the committee says. Mr. Speaker, once a committee of parliament acknowledges a policy and takes note of it in its report, it is worth mentioning, and I will mention them, so that our people who are concerned will know that government has not abandoned them. Paragraph 8.4. The report says the ministry intends to achieve the following. 1. Completion and equipping of CATS maternity and children's block, Konfanoche Teaching Hospital. Construction of new Eastern Regional Hospital, new Western Regional Hospital, a new district hospital in Obuasi, Enyinem and Enyiresi, rehab Efia Kwanta Hospital and Old Obuasi Hospital. The Speaker, suffice to state that the Efia Kwanta Hospital, in fact, a week or so ago, we considered the exemption for the equipment that the contractor is going to import for the work to complete. So government is serious about this. Government is indeed serious about health infrastructure. In spite of all the challenges, in spite of COVID that affected industry, in spite of the Russia-Ukraine war that has affected government revenue, government is committed, and indeed government is making health infrastructure a priority. Mr. Speaker, construction of district hospital at Salaga, which is ongoing and at 68% completion. This is what the committee has acknowledged. A committee of parliament, a bipartisan committee of parliament, has acknowledged that the Salaga district hospital is 68% complete. 68%. That is what the committee is saying. Completion of the reactivated 3 sites at Kumewu, Fomina, and Takrady European quarters. Construction of urology and nephrology center of excellence at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Construction of 12 hospitals in Easton, Ashanti Ahafo, and Swami. Mansun Kwanta, Chidie, yes, it's been properly pronounced, and I would want to rely on it for the record. Drobonoso Sabronum Pon Katamanso Kwabi. Mr. Speaker, I will see to him to give the correct pronunciation. I acknowledge my weakness in pronouncing it correctly. That's why I say hands up should capture what is there. However, if he wants to go loud on it, I will sit down for him to pronounce it correctly. Since he's able to do that, I thank you.
Okay, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I am not on the floor speaking.
He's reading.
He is addressing this house, and therefore he should be bold.
So how is it pronounced?
Mr. Speaker, he said he's been tutored on the correct pronunciation. I have not been tutored, and so he should give us the correct pronunciation.
Just pronounce it.
Mr. Speaker, may you direct that? Mr. Speaker, may you direct that he gives us the correct pronunciation? This is a house of records, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a house of records.
If you have a proper pronunciation,
Honorable, please conclude for us.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Achiasi, Jumapo, Edukrom, Nkwetia, Mim, and Mr. Speaker, Bolgatanga Hospital, Phase 2. Bolgatanga, Phase 2. Completion of new 400-bed maternity block at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Construction and equipping of 5 district hospitals in Osiem, Asin.
Yes, Honorable Afenyo, hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, some people at a defined location have a name for their town. No matter what your reservations are about the name of that town, you cannot come to this parliament and refuse to pronounce it as it is. didn't name the town for them.
Yes.
They named their town.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, no matter what it might mean, out of respect for the people of that town, we have to pronounce it as it is. Mr. Speaker, clearly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know which town he's trying to pronounce. Because I don't have the report. He is holding the report. He's seen it, but he's refusing to pronounce it as it is. And I feel the people of that town will be offended. They will be offended.
Yes.
The people of the town will be offended. And I don't want it said that it is our deputy leader who offended the people of that town.
Yeah.
Leader, may you conclude for us, please?
So, Mr. Speaker, the committee again acknowledged that the ministry intends to construct and equip 5 district hospitals in Osiem, Asin Kushia, and Kutre, 40-bed hospital, Doma Akwamu, an upgrade of Wamfie Polyclinic to a 60-bed district hospital. Construction of 3 district hospitals at Ayensuanu, Ofinsu, and Efiduase, and completion of maternity blocks at Tafu Hospital, Kumasi South Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on and on and on. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, government is doing all of these at the backdrop of what it achieved, which it has never been seen in this country. Every district has an ambulance. Every district has an ambulance to save lives. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing more to add, except to say that, Mr. Speaker, I am inclined to the invitation by the mover of the motion for us to adopt this report. Mr. Speaker, I so submit, and I thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the chairman's attention to the report. Chairman, page 17 of the report. Page 17. 17. In fact, it started from page 16 on the agenda 111. The budget amount, the actual receipt, and the variance. Now, in 2021, the total budget is 1,081 million, and the actual receipt is 362 million. The variance is 719. It should not be negative. Health Minister, I think you have seen it yourself. You are an accountant. And if you are subtracting 362 million from 1 billion, you cannot have 719 negative. The same applies to 2022. The figure 494 should also be positive. These little mistakes doesn't look good for us as Parliament, because the report will go out. They say all of us have been here, and we capture this in the report and approve it. I think sometimes we need to, because it's not the clerk. You, the chairman, the report is for you. So if the clerk made a mistake, you should correct him before you sign the report. If the clerk make this, you as the chairman, you must go through the report, correct it before you sign. So it doesn't look good that we should be having these little mistakes in our report. Maybe I'll make myself available in the future to take you through some kind of training. Maybe at a small fee. My second point is that the GOG budget for 2022 for goods and services is 186 million. Honorable Minister, out of that, only 9 million was given to you. How were you able to operate for nine months? Million Ghana cedis, a whole Ministry of Health. Now, the figure we are approving for 2023, about 3 billion.
Leader. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, leader drew me into a debate. On page 17, is a table that was presented to the committee. Yes, that was captured. It's talking about expenditure, proposed expenditure, and actual receipt. I think variance has got to do with the expected minus the actual. I'm yet to understand his thinking. Indeed, the table here is what was captured from what they brought us that we interrogated. Your committee is an able committee led by an able chairman, and under no circumstances, yes, under no circumstances would I support what he's saying. There's no negative variance here. It is proposed expenditure and then also the actual. And therefore, if you want to see variance, is the expected minus the actual. Yes, so I beg to differ with him. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, leader.
I can hear the background say, teach him, teach him. I don't think you can teach me with figures.
Yes.
You here cannot teach me with figures.
There's nobody from that side.
When you are subtracting 3 from 10, will the answer be -7?
No.
Yes, the figure in bracket means negative. Exactly, that is the point. If you don't know, let me teach you. You see, you put a figure in bracket, it means negative. You see.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader brought me into it and challenged the Health Minister. Now I have moved from accounting to a medical student, and you are still challenging me. Mr. Speaker, it is correct. What the chairman said, expected less actual. When you are reporting variances in expenditures, this is a shortfall.
Yes, it's a shortfall.
We were supposed to have got 1 billion. They gave us 360. So there was a shortfall of 719. How do you report shortfall in mathematics? It's a negative figure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's not obvious.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised my colleague accountant is speaking the language he's speaking. Maybe because he has moved from accountant to become a health administrator. Mr. Speaker, if you are being given a budget of 10, I'm repeating it, you are given a budget of 10, and only 3 have been released to you, what is the variance? What is the difference? Is it 7 or -7? Why should it be -7?
It's 7. It's 7.
I'll tell you to go to accounting class. In fact, Makola mathematics. Mr. Speaker,
seriously,
3 minus 10 will give you -7. 10 minus 3 will give you +7. Please go back to school.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor of the motion listed 19 in today's order paper say aye. All those no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby carried, and that this House has approved the sum of 782,208 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry and that this House has approved the sum of 6 billion
The budget. So I have correction.
Yeah, correct. Very well. Honourable members, it appears the figures for the Ministry of Health went to government machineries and the other way around. So I'll mention the figure again. This Honourable House has therefore approved the sum of 15 billion 284,915,255 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Health for the year ending 31st December 2020. Leader.
Speaker, I think a lot has been achieved or done today. So we are in your hands for adjournment until tomorrow 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well. Minority leadership. Minority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for adjournment.
Well, he didn't move the motion. Honourable members, let me thank you on behalf for staying up to 9 o'clock. I think tomorrow we will make sure we adjourn Sini Day. So today we've done a lot. Tomorrow we do the rest for us to adjourn Sini Day. So on that note, we will bring today's proceedings to a close. Tomorrow we are coming back at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is accordingly adjourned.